Yo, it's your boy Ryan, Northwest Sports Fanatics, back at you with a new video. Today is Monday, January 30th, 2023, with your boy Ryan and the Northwest Sports Fanatics. Make sure you guys subscribe to the channel. Smash that like button either now or on your way out. Donate to your boy if you can. Cash App, $ ORION NWSF, or the YouTube Super Chat right here. We're going to discuss the NFC AFC Championship game recaps, and congratulations to the Philadelphia Eagles and the Kansas City Chiefs. They are on their way to the Super Bowl. What a wild weekend. We also had Royal Rumble on Saturday. It was probably one of the better weekends of the year. Yes, we would have liked to be able to see that matchup between the Eagles and Niners be a little bit closer than 31-7. And the injuries, obviously, there's nothing you can do with that. And then the Kansas City Chiefs eking out a win 23-20 against the Bengals and getting revenge from them last year. I'm watching NFL Network for now until I can get Raw. Monday Night Raw won't show up for me until about 8 o'clock, 2 hours from now. So everyone in the Midwest and the East Coast is watching it. And typically the Monday Night Raw after a pay-per-view, a big one, like Royal Rumble, WrestleMania, SummerSlam, typically the Monday Night Raw after the pay-per-view usually ends up being one of the better shows throughout the year. And so I imagine the show has probably been pretty good. At least I would hope that Triple H and they would be booking it to make it great. So I'm going to watch that later. And I think the Blazers are on as well, but I'm just watching the replay of the Bengals and Chiefs. The AFC Championship game is on, and that's really the only one to rewatch. No one in their goddamn right mind is going to sit there and watch the Eagles go against the Niners. I mean, even if you're an Eagle fan, I'm not really sure if you are going to, I guess you might enjoy it if you're an Eagle fan, just to see like that dominance, but you know, you want it to be competitive. I think a lot of us, we already knew the game was over in like the second quarter. So it looks like at 7 o'clock on NBA TV and on Root Sports, we get the Blazers and the Hawks. Okay, so I will probably be tuning into a little bit of that. We'll be talking Monday Night Raw. We'll be going over the matchup. I got this beautiful background. And like I said, you know, you're going to get people that are haters. You're going to get people that they feel they got cheated. You're going to get people that say that the league is rigged and the referees are rigged. I mean, it just never ends. You know, no one can ever be happy. But the bottom line is, if you're a Chief, Bengal, or Bills fan, right, it's never going to end. The shit talking is going to be, you know, never ending there. So I feel at that point, you know, you're going to hear the shit talk, you know, from the Bengal fans. You're going to hear the shit talk from the Bills fans. And obviously when provoked, you know, you're going to get some Chief fans that are going to clap back, or they're going to be the ones making the initial talks. You know, if you're one of the best teams, you know, in the NFL, bottom line, you know, it's going to be one of those things where you're going to be competing for a Super Bowl every single year, you know, with those three teams, and then maybe Herbert or someone else, if they get the right coaching, the right defense, you know, maybe that'll be another team on the bubble rise, like the Chargers or Dolphins or Jags or someone of that nature. But they're not going to really be as good as these three teams unless they can improve. And then on the NFC side, it's kind of like a rotating door. You know, it might be the Bucs one year, then the Rams, now the Eagles, and it just depends on who your quarterback is. But the one thing that the NFC teams have in common, we usually have the most balance for offense and defense, and our defenses in the NFC are always going to be better than the defenses in the AFC, unless I see a team build a defense like we do. But if you actually look at it, not only do we have the Philadelphia Eagles in the NFC, we got the San Francisco 49ers and the Dallas Cowboys. Those three defenses are by far better than anything in the AFC, like by a million. You know what I mean? Even though we know Dallas has, you know, some holes there, every team is going to have holes. But if you just compare those defenses to your favorite team or anyone in the AFC, just imagine, you know, if the Bengals, Bills, or Chiefs had the Eagles D or the Niners D or the Cowboys D, how much better they would be overall. I mean, they would be looked at. Obviously, we know that these other teams, Chiefs, Bills, Bengals, are great. But if you give them an elite defense, I mean, then we're talking on a whole nother stratosphere there. Sarah's in the building. How are you? Let's get to 100 in donos. Let's do it. It's been okay so far. So if it's okay, that means it hasn't been very good. So first hour on a scale of 1 to 10, I assume it's a 5. Because if you're telling me okay, that doesn't mean very good or pretty good. So that means it's been kind of shitty. Let's be honest. So let's see here. Yeah, we'll see how it goes. Rodiggity in the building. What to do? Everyone's salty when the team loses. No, I mean, you got to understand. Dre Greenlaw might be one of the dirtiest players in the NFL, and I love the Niners, right? But we're not blind. We see what he does when he starts to punch the players or be a little bit overly aggressive after the whistle goes. There's just certain players on certain teams. Yeah, it used to be Vontaze Burfict from the Bengals. Yeah, it used to be Ndamukong Suh maybe on the Lions or on the other teams, right? But there's other dirty players that are out there. So I don't necessarily – I think the Eagle players as a defense are aggressive. And you got to think, if you are known as one of the top 3 defenses, you're going to be overly aggressive. So Eagles, Niners, Cowboys, everyone's going to be, complaining, I guess, if you lose to those teams. But a lot of times it's, maybe besides the Cowboys, good discipline. You got players that are going to work hard for each other, and they just got better athletes, and they're more coached up. Dan Quinn, right? You look at the Eagles, and then you look at, obviously, with the Niners with D'Amico. I mean, it's pretty set in stone, but we'll see how it goes. But no, I don't think so. I think it's just, like I said, you're going to get people that are salty, and anytime you're playing each other, a lot of nonsense and bullshit will be spewed out. Stuff that you don't even think is true just because you're angry or you're mad or you're biased. Your team's the best. Fuck this other team. That's how it goes. So I'm doing good. How are you, man? What's good? Finley in the building. What to do? 5 or 6. See, we just have to start being honest with each other. So that's unfortunate. I was hoping that they would kind of come out with a bang, that maybe they, put all their eggs in one basket and they're like, this is what it is. This is Monday Night Raw. We already had our big matches. Now we have to kind of do the build-up. Odin's son. So I just asked Sarah, how's Raw? Because usually the Monday Night Raw after a pay-per-view like SummerSlam, WrestleMania, Royal Rumble usually is an 8 or a 9, typically even a 10 sometimes. But it sounds like the first hour has been, a little slow, 5 or 6. But I hope everyone's doing well. And I got the replay on. I got the Chiefs and the Bengals. What a good gutsy performance by Mahomes. And even without that late hit, Bengals more than likely were going to win that game. Yes, they would have had to have one more play with like 7 or 8 seconds to get it down to maybe 1 second to get into field goal range. But even if it would have went into overtime, everything kind of felt like the Chiefs had the momentum. Plus, the Bengals went last year. What are they complaining about? It's really hard to go back year in and year out. It just doesn't happen. The competition is so strong. And, if you're going to bitch and complain as a Bengals fan, listen, I already told you that what I think about Joe Burrow. I love the guy. I think he's kind of like a Joe Montana. He's better than Josh Allen, in my opinion, right? The only way you beat Joe Burrow, normally he doesn't even have to have an offensive line, at least against the Buffalo Bills. So it shows you how shitty the Buffalo Bills defense really is and how Allen is overrated by the media, okay? But the Chiefs had to do one job. They had to play good defense, and not good defense, great defense. And I even said they have to get 2 picks. That would be preferable, right? You have to get 3 to 5 sack lunches, and that's pretty rare on Burrow. But I said if you do it and you get 1 to 2 picks, you get 3 to 5 sack lunches, you are going to have a shot at the end of the game. And that's exactly what happened. 4 sack lunches in the first half, 1 in the second half, 1 pick in the first half. Then they had a pick get turned around and obviously called back. But I called it out. I was like, I like this because even though the effort was there to dive to get it, it didn't count. I knew it could lead to another tipped interception, maybe in the 3rd or 4th. It happened. And it's kind of funny how that happens. You just have to fucking pay attention to the NFL and remember past games, past scenarios on things that have happened. And that's how I'm able to predict so many things because I remember. If I'm just doing it off the top, they're like, oh my God, this guy's, calling this, calling that, doing the Tony Romo thing. But a lot of it is I'm remembering, okay, what happened back when they played last, or have I seen Burrow, play like this before? What happened? And like I said, if the Chiefs defense was non-existent or not there, they would have easily lost by 3 to 10 points. The running game really wasn't good on both ends. You know what I mean? And normally that's a killer for Mahomes, but you saw the gutsy performance, with the high ankle sprain. I mean, regardless, I know Bengals fans are going to be salty. You went last year, and trust me, it's not going to be the last time. It's going to be a rotating door. Every once in a while, you might get a team to go twice. Chiefs back-to-back, Bengals back-to-back, Bills back-to-back, right? But just the way the competition is, those 3 are just going to be going at each other every year, and it will still be tough to do 2 years back-to-back because of how close the 3 teams are. unless one team improves their defense significantly. And then we're going to have, a different story. But right now, you have to look at the defenses. And normally the Bengals defense is the best, then the Chiefs, and then the Bills. But for whatever reason, just people are on that Bills hype train. And even if Vaughn was there, that still might have not really been enough. But we do know how Vaughn can make a difference. And what a great opportunity for Chris Jones to be able to solidify himself, because I know he missed a few sack lunches, last year. And you need to have your superstars step up in the biggest moments. And like I said, they need more help. And I always complain about Frank Clark not being consistent. And as soon as I say it, boom, sack lunch. Then I'm like, I need George to step up. Boom, sack lunch. So it's good to see that the defensive line is there. We just need to see consistency, but hell of an effort. And then obviously with the Eagles, it's just complete domination. They've been the best team all year. Is it a surprise that they're there? No. The only team that I thought that might be able to compete, if not, keep it close and win, if they were healthy, was the Niners. They weren't healthy. They got injured. They got exposed, and they got blown out. But even if Brock Purdy was healthy and they had no one get nicked up, Nick Bosa, Fred Warner, Brock Purdy, even if they're all healthy, still, based off the flow of that game, you're still probably losing by 10 to 13 points. You are putting up more, and so instead of losing, at the score that you did, which was, I don't know if anyone, we already knew 31-7. San Fran's better than that, but it could have been 31-20. I think that could have been something respectable. 2 touchdowns, 2 field goals. Maybe that's what you get. The Eagles are legit. You know what I'm saying? Everyone trying to doubt them that they're not. You have to look, what was the one team that was all in? Picking up Ndamukong Suh, getting these guys, late in like October, November, they were really the only team that went all in. And sometimes when you go all in, when you have that championship caliber team, like they did with Jay Ajayi, the little sprinkle on top, it helps you get over the hump and gets you over the top. And obviously in this, the Chiefs will be the underdog, running game. I'm not really sure how they're going to be able to run on the Eagles. It's going to be very difficult. Here's the pick. But then it does get called back with the flag. But a good effort by Juan Thornhill there. And I just knew that would lead to another pick in the second half. You just got to get Burrow into his head and get him rattled a little bit. And if you keep Burrow off the field, that's the best thing that you can do. But so I was going over that and looking at the matchups and everything, and I was like, man, this is going to be something. But you got to be able to find a way to run. I don't know how that's the one thing I think. If you couldn't even run on the Bengals, how the hell are you going to run on the Eagles? Eagles can run on anyone. Eagles can run on anyone. You already know that. So you have like one complete team, and then you have a team that is going to have a challenge at the running game, even though there's talent there with the Chiefs. And then also the defense. Are you going to be able to get pressure on Jalen? And you're going to have a performance similar to the one that you had with the Bengals, because if you don't, you're going to lose. You know what I mean? Like I said, there's still going to be plays, and there's always a chance that there's a tipped interception, or maybe you knock the football out of one of their running backs like Miles Sanders, and you scoop and you're able to get the turnover. But just looking at the team, it's like secondary. Some of the members are a liability for the Chiefs, but they have been playing better as late. Defensive line, it's like if you want to be able to compete, they have to be active. If the D-line is non-existent or just Chris Jones, you're going to lose. You have to have George, Frank, everyone has to be involved. You already know Nick Bolton and Willie Gay will do their thing, and the secondary members cannot get burnt. You know what I mean? But it's going to be tough. And even with all that being said, the Chiefs can still win. But this is like the first time where we've seen the Chiefs as an underdog, but they've been accepting the role, and maybe this is what they need, and it's not like we think that Patrick Mahomes isn't the best quarterback and Kelsey isn't the best tight end. I think it's just knowing the completeness of the team. If you actually look at the defense, there are some holes. Offensive line could be a little bit better. Running game, not really a true RB1 on the Chief roster. Even Clyde Edwards-Helaire is an RB2. Pacheco, just based off him and McKinnon and body size, they're more RB2s. It's like they got 3 or 4 RB2s or an RB3, but not a traditional RB1. So at some point, that's going to have to happen, just like the Buffalo Bills. If you want to be, you got to have that Mixon, P. Ryan kind of caliber running backs. And I guarantee if the Bills and the Chiefs get those, it's going to take their game to the next level. But like I said, we didn't really know if Mahomes was going to be able to stay healthy or Kelsey with the back spasms. And that was one of the gutsiest, awesome, just, you got to think there was a lot of times you could tell the pain was very severe and just to be able to run on it, just, knowing that your legacy's on the line, and, that the Bengals are healthier, and, people can say, oh, they got lucky, the late hit, this and that. But, I mean, the flow of the game, the whole game was in the Chiefs' favor. All in the first half. You knew Burrow was going to have his run in the second half. And, yes, they came back. But instead of Chiefs, just nutting up and playing like shit and not being able to move the ball anymore like they did last year, where the defense took over the game, the O-line and the D-line for the Bengals took over. This time, it wasn't like that. Okay, Bengals punched, but then you know what? Chiefs were like, all right, fuck you. Boom, and they punched back, and then they scored. So since they were able to do that, that's why you were able to get the 23-20 win. So it's just nice to be able to see that they fought back, and they deserve to win. I know Bengals fans can say whatever the hell they want. You know what I mean? But you went last year. This won't be the last time. People respect the Bengals. Now the Bengals are ahead of the Bills. Everyone knows how good Joe Burrow is, and if you don't, you're crazy. So it's like you're already building the legacy. But remember, it's like, there's such competition. And let's just think for a second. Regardless if it's the Bengals or the Chiefs in the Super Bowl, there is a true possibility that the Eagles blow either team out, where they win the game by 14 or more. That is a possibility, because the Eagles are the best team as a whole overall, right? But the X factors are Andy Reid, Eric Bieniemy, Mahomes, Kelsey, right? And then you just got to hope the guys step up like Chris Jones, and he can rub, the talent can rub off on the other players there and whatnot. So, oh, she did? Ripley, number one. Knew that. I mean, like I said, even though some things were predictable, storytelling is good. And like I said, you got to be able to promote the right people at the right time. Oh my, trust me, I see everything. And that's why, I always pay attention to what people are saying, on social media, and then they try to backpedal. Like if they come in here, it's like, dude, I've been seeing everything that you've been saying. Don't be acting like, you're all innocent and shit, and you're just talking shit, 24/7. It's, like I said, they try to be like this closet hater and then try to act like they're just, not biased, and, they're keeping an open mind, but in private, not in streams, it's just them in their own time, just to seeing like what people are saying on video or audio or with their posts. Some stuff gets kind of disgusting, man. I get it. We all love our teams and whatnot, but the unnecessary hate. But again, you just have to keep in mind, AFC West hate is always going to be, they hate each other to the fucking maximum. Just like NFC East with the Eagles and Giants. I mean, no matter what you say, everyone's just like, fuck you. And then Chiefs, Broncos, Raiders, Chargers, there's no love there. You know what I mean? There's just no love. Just period. But with the Bengals, Bills, and Chiefs, yeah, you're not in the same division, but there's going to be a lot of unnecessary bullshit and shit talk between those three teams for the next probably 15 years. And it's never going to end. It's going to get toxic. You know what I mean? It's like your three fan bases aren't necessarily toxic, but just based off your guys' success and going at each other every year, then you get people that normally wouldn't be toxic. They start feeding into it, because they start feeding into the the media hype or the propaganda that maybe they're better than they think they are and whatnot. So Raw is not good. Damn. I was really hoping. All right, it's halftime, 13-6, Kansas City. Oh man, it's just, and like I said, you can really question the intelligence of football fans. Like I said, there are different levels to the fandom. You know what I mean? Like, it's not like, we have to be the smartest here compared to every other channel. Right. You know what I mean? But like, it's like, you can definitely tell who reads, right, and who watches film and who watches games and who doesn't, or who just watches once in a while, or just sees a little clip, a 1-minute clip on Twitter. That doesn't mean you're an expert, or you read someone else's thing, or you watch someone else's opinion, and then you take that to heart. Oh, he said it on Good Morning Football. Peter Schrager said it, so it must be true, right? I mean, you get people that are like, oh, Skip Bayless said it. Stephen A., he screamed when he said it. Oh, it's true. But you got to think how crazy that is. But there's people out there that actually like live and breathe by those people, that whenever they post something, they start spewing that garbage to their friends, trying to like flex and be like, oh, I know football, or I know sport. No, it makes you look like a fucking idiot. You know what I mean? Like, it's very clear. But not every sport fan is on the same level. There's a lot of us that are knowledgeable, and there's a lot of us that are smart, ones that watch film, ones that do more than others. But it's like the fake ones. Like the fake people out there that just try to fit in. You can tell when you talk football with anyone in a friend group or at a bar, within the first like minute, based on what they say, you can be like, all right, they actually know what they're talking about, or they're just they're just spitting gas. They don't know what the fuck they're talking about. They're spewing lies. They're just, or there's some kind of just generic headline that they saw that doesn't make you a fucking expert. And usually those are the type, like the fair weather, or, they think that they're really hardcore fan, but they're just closet haters. And they just love going on social media, right, and just talking shit for I don't know. That shit gets really, really old, especially when, you don't have any backbone to what you're saying. You know what I mean? It's just always going back to Roger Goodell cheating, referees rigged, this and that. And I don't know. It gets really, really old, but that's what we get with sports. Everyone's so fucking competitive. Everyone has so much ownership, the honor and the pride. And, we fucking spend the money on the merch we're watching. We're a part of the team, but that's why I like to be able to be real here. Because I feel that you don't get that really anywhere else. Like, someone can come in here and I can like your team. You can like me. I can like you. But I got to keep it real. Like, if you're saying something that ain't like really true, like overall, like you might be able to think that. But if I feel like the actual truth isn't, you got to be able to be honest. You can't tell people what they want to hear. Even if it's, people that donate or don't donate, you just got to keep it honest and real. And if you can do that, people will respect you. Because I know there's a lot of takes that I have that aren't said on TV or podcast, or at least not until they watch me and then they steal it and then they put it on their show like Peter Schrager. But, sometimes you just have to put in the work and you can make your own opinions. But God, there's a lot of fucking haterade just overflowing. We thought we had Gatorade at the stores. No. Haterade. It's sold by the fucking gallon and people are drinking it all over the United States. That's why it's like very easy for me. You want to come at me, you better know what you're talking about. You're going to fucking Mike Tyson punch out and I'm Mike Tyson and you're Mac. Good luck. You ain't going to win that battle, man. Yeah, I saw that. How cool is that, though? You know what I mean? Andy Reid Bowl. And it shows you how great Andy Reid really is and what, he's got that kind of grandpa father figure type thing, but it's who he is, how he talks, how he cares about the players, and, he's a people person, you know what I mean? But it goes beyond football and he's really smart. You know what I mean? He wouldn't be able to do what he did with Philly and the Chiefs, if he didn't have the brains and the right people, in his corner. And yeah, Bieniemy too. It's like, I don't want Bieniemy to go fucking anywhere. Why? Be a head coach, for like a year and then you get fired from Houston and then you come back. What's the point? The point is to get the experience of being a head coach and maybe you'll be another one. But we already know how hard it is to be a good OC, DC. And to me, honestly, Bieniemy doesn't seem like a leader to me. He seems more of just, I am a fucking brilliant, smart play caller. Yes, I have some leadership qualities, but it doesn't seem like he's a natural born leader. It's something that he would have to, work at. You know what I mean? And certain people are just natural born leaders where you just feel the swagger. It's just like, it's there. They're not even trying to be someone they're not. It's just they're confident in who they are. This is what it is, and people will follow. If you got the microphone skills, people will follow. Okay? But I feel with Bieniemy, he feels like, just me reading him and watching him interact with people, I don't know. It just seems like, like a Todd Bowles, very, very good defensive coordinator, very, very good Bieniemy offensive coordinator. But sometimes being the head coach, when you already have someone that, if you look at what like Andy Reid is, it's like, oh man, you got a long ways to go. If you want to be like a Mike Tomlin. And it also shows you how good with the coaches of color, how good Mike Tomlin is. Mike Tomlin has never had a losing season. People don't recognize, I think, his greatness enough. We don't put his name as far as most, fans of the NFL. You hear Andy and Belichick and up and coming, McVay and Shanahan and, and then you got, O'Connell and McDaniel and the Dalton. But I think as far as OGs, we got to mention not only Belichick and Andy Reid, but Tomlin should be right there with those guys. Like 1, 2, 3. That's how it should be. But I feel that people don't. But until maybe the Steelers, if they have another opportunity for a Super Bowl, they'll get a little bit more love. So. What's up, brother? Travis, $5 dono. Can't say been a while. Dropped in and dropped a like and the dono and say, how about them? Chiefs. $5 holla. Travis, a big Chief fan. Let the haters hate. They're just jealous because they don't have Mahomes or Kelsey or Andy Reid or Bieniemy. Bang, bang. People wish they could have that. You know why I know? Because I wish I had this. Okay? I wish I had this. He said, oh, dog wishes he had. Yeah, I do. Kind of good. I mean, as much as I'm a Justin Herbert guy and watched, and as much as I love Joe Burrow and I know Josh Allen is good, and, it's like if you could have, it's just crazy to think that you got number one and number one. And then you could argue that this is one of the top three right now. But if you want to put him at 1 or 2, would anyone really argue? And then this could be argued as the number one, so it's like number one in some circles, and other circles, maybe 2 or 3 or 4, but still, right? 1 or 2 based on what he does. 1 and 1. I mean, still that, there's holes. We know the O-line and the running game and the defense can be better, but that's a part of the mystique. When you can have great coaching, great play calling, and you can have the best throwing the ball and one of the best catching, you can kind of like you play teams that are better than you, that have better defense, maybe better O-line, better running game, but you kind of have that as an equalizer. You're so fucking good, there. You got the best quarterback. Yeah, you're going to go to Super Bowls and lose some, but he's going to give you every fucking chance that he has. And I mean, it's talk about like the 4 horsemen. I'm not sure if there's going to be a better 4 horsemen than those right there. I mean, that's how do you replicate that? We might go another 20 years and not even see anything like this. Okay. I mean, unless you want to talk about like a McVay or a Shanahan, depending on if they can start stacking some chips, depending on how long they coach for, but you don't know. And this guy's definitely very qualified to be a head coach, but I just really feel that whoever gets him, is going to expect everything in like a year, not only to be a leader, but to make the best play calls. But if you don't have the same type of players that the Chiefs have on the offense, of course, those offensive plays aren't going to work. Can't be doing those cute plays, ring around the rosy for the Texans. What do you think is going to happen? Same thing's going to happen to Lovey. And I know D'Amico Ryans might be the favorite, but I don't know. I just don't know if I can see him, having long-term success, maybe kind of turn it around, but I would hope that he stays there. That's the best spot for these guys to stick together. Batman to the Robin. You got to be able to stick together. Split them up, it's not the same. Kind of good. $5 holla. Thank you, Travis. Appreciate you, brother. No, because if Patrick Mahomes can play on one leg in a wheelchair, then Jalen could be hobbling around too, and he's got the heart. And like I said, I think now, as we starting to see, remember I told everyone how I believed in Jalen, and I'm not an Eagle fan. I'm just an evaluator of talent, and I do it from the high school level, college, NFL, and it's no bias. So it's like I don't have to be a fan of your specific team to let you know if I think he's going to pan out or not if you followed him. But so many people were so like haterish towards Hurts, and then now they're like acting like they've been supporting him from day one, from back in the come on, like I said, you just have to have the proper expectations. It's like when he made the playoffs and played the Buccaneers, you weren't going to win that game. Like, what did you expect? You expected to win that game? Like, it was too early. They didn't even have a true number one receiver yet. You have to be able to build, the ship. You just can't have a couple people in there rowing and that's it. I mean, you got to make sure they got the draft picks from Georgia, picked up a few other guys, got a true number one, less pressure on Devontae Smith. Everything started to pan out. And then obviously with Sirianni is, taking advantage of that. But I don't know. I think Dak, still is talented, but does make mistakes. Might have to go to another team or hope that he can get a Sean Payton there. But instead of, maybe Jalen being a Dak 2.0, maybe Dak is going to be a Jalen 2.0, because that's kind of what it's looking like, that he's on a Dak level where they can make big plays, except maybe higher on the MVP side. It's like, I don't know if you're ever going to have Dak, unless they make it to a Super Bowl or NFC championship game, then you're not going to hear Dak's name in MVP considerations. But with Jalen and Mahomes, I mean, fantastic year. You could have given it to either one. Jalen probably more deserving, but again, that shows you could be dominant for almost the whole year, 13 or 14 weeks in a row, get a little bit of a nick injury, nothing too crazy, out for a week or two only. You lose a couple, with the backup. We already know Gardner Minshew, Mustache Minshew, but that little slowdown and blip in the road, sometimes can cost someone the MVP, right? But if, Mahomes gets MVP regular, and then Jalen Hurts gets the win and gets a Super Bowl MVP, you think Eagle fans are going to care? Or he's going to care? It's all about the Super Bowl. So regular MVP, if you're just trying to collect the accolades, obviously MVP is such an honor, but you want Super Bowl MVP rather than regular season, especially if it doesn't come out to be a dub at the end. So, yeah, I'll be on for a little while, bro. I just want to be able to watch Raw, honestly, but now you guys say it's not very good, so. But I still got the Chiefs and Bengals. All right, what else do I got here? What game is on? Lakers and Nets, and what's on after that? That's the Hawks and the Blazers. All right, so 30 minutes, and I can turn the Blazers on. Baseball, a film by Ken Burns. Oh, I need to watch this, but I'm not going to watch it right now. And we got NASCAR Cup Series. What do we got? Busch Light. Is this from last year? Oh, I'm watching NASCAR. Yes, I am. Clash at the Coliseum. 43 to go. The Clash. I think this is from last year. This last year's? Because last year was the first year, wasn't it? Yeah, last year. Like doing this instead of Daytona, though, I don't know. Like short track is cool, but like this is supposed to be bigger than Daytona. Like you want to open with Daytona. It's like the Super Bowl. You want to open off with a bang. And like if this is the opening to short, I like, trust me, it's not like I don't like short track, but I think I like, I like road tracks better, because I like the dirt and seeing them fly around and whatnot. But it's hard to pass on short track. I mean, it's not like it's not entertaining or anything. But the longer tracks, you get bigger wrecks. There's a little bit more movement. It's really hard to pass on a short track. 40 to go. I don't know. It's like they do that for the second race. Cool, but I guess, they know what they're doing. Yeah, but the thing is, even if Hurts is injured, you guys are so dominant up front, with the O-line and you got 3 different running backs, with Miles Sanders and Kenneth Gainwell and Boston Scott, and then you still got Dallas Goedert and A.J. Brown and Devontae Smith. I mean, you're not going to have to even throw that far. Like if you're going against the Chiefs, it's not like the Chiefs, like if you're comparing defenses, right? The Eagle defense is a 10. The Chief defense normally is like a 7, but they can bring it up to like a 9 or play like a 10. Like I wouldn't say they played like a 10 against the Bengals, but I would say, they played like a solid 9. They played a little out of character because they got, 5 sack lunches and 2 picks. That if that doesn't deserve a 9 or a 10, then I don't know what does, because if they don't do that, they don't win that game or have an opportunity at the end. But, but if you're playing against a team like the Eagles and you do that to them, they still might have a little bit more caliber wise to pull away. I mean, it might not be like, you pick off Jalen twice, you get 4 or 5 sack lunches on them, but the Eagles might still win the game. I mean, we'll see. We'll see on how it all plays out. But the Chiefs are definitely at a disadvantage on a few positions, but they can turn it up. Obviously playing the role as the underdog is suiting them well. Eagles normally are the underdog. At least they were when they had their Super Bowl run, and then they took advantage and won. So, I mean, I think most people are thinking the Eagles, since they have more balance, are the favorite, which it should be. And the last 2 teams that have won are Buccaneers, Rams, and we have defense too. So the teams that usually have the better defense, at least it looks that way. But when you have someone like Patrick Mahomes, there's always going to be a chance that he is able to fight that elite defense and make a 10 play of his own. So you got a 10 defense coming at you, but he already knows that. I mean, even if he's hobbled, they got to figure out like Hassan Reddick one-on-one. That has to, you got to be able to make sure, because they do some exotic blitzing, and you can tell that's why the Eagles are so good. You never know where it's coming from. The corner, is it coming from the safety? Is it coming from linebacker late or maybe a D end? They got a lot of moving pieces, but Mahomes is able to make magic, and even when they're doubted and they're injured and it doesn't look like they have a shot to really compete, we just have to be able to see what they're capable of. And also, if you have great coaching and play calling, sometimes that'll be a little bit more of an X factor to help maybe get an extra touchdown or field goal that no one else would, just because you have those 4 working together and they're able to move the chains and be a little bit more creative in their play calling, because you got the best quarterback and the best tight end. Now, if they didn't have the best quarterback or best tight end, maybe, it doesn't work. But yeah, I mean, I would definitely say most people, regardless if you have feelings for either one, if you hate one or hate the other, the Eagles have the most well-rounded team in the NFL, and they have the whole year. So that they're here. I know sometimes it's shocking because you just have to see Jalen do it, but it's a team effort, and that's what you get to see. And then, obviously with the Chiefs, every team in the AFC's defense is not even close to the Eagles, so it didn't really matter who they play. But when you have a Mahomes or Burrow, you always have a shot. It's like Tom Brady from back in the day. When you knew you had him, you might lose, but you're probably going to have a better shot to win and maybe steal one. Maybe, if just because you're going to be able to make some crazy plays at the end, and also the play calling helps too. If you have brilliant play callers, and you're going to need help, and you're kind of in a fucked situation, but you got enough guys and you've been there before. So it's not like they're going to be like, oh, we're the Chiefs. We have, it's like they've already been to the Super Bowl a few times, 5 straight AFC champion. I mean, it's not going to be the end. As long as Mahomes is there, I mean, they're probably going to go to at least a few more before his run is over. But it just depends on how many are they going to win. And they're not going to be able to win them all just because, the Bengals and Bills and others are coming. And then the NFC teams usually have the best balance. So defense wins championships, but you always have a chance with Mahomes and Burrow. And that's true. Because look at the Niners when that team that he won. Yeah, they had Jimmy G, but the defense was very dominant. So if the Niners just could have made more plays like they normally did in the regular season against Mahomes, the Niners would have won. But, that Mahomes and Tyreek and Kelsey magic and the play calling and coaching, they're just able to get enough and outduel the elite defense, and the rest is history. So, but then also against the Bucs, right? Really good defense, having him run around for his life. Still, it's weird to me that he wasn't able to, get anything going. But again, if you have, 8 or 9 guys out of 11 that are just going beast mode, that's very rare. And if you can get 9 out of 11 running around instead of a normal team having 2 to 4, like great players that are like really on the same page, and then you get pass rush, and it's really hard. I mean, you could really have like number one everywhere. Kelsey, Tyreek, Mahomes. But if you don't give Mahomes sometimes is going to need 3 to 4 seconds for routes to develop. And if he's got someone in his face, 0.5, 1 second, 1.5, and he's running, it's kind of hard to be able to make accurate throws on the run when you got motherfuckers chasing you. And it shows you when the elite defenses got, 3 or 4 solid guys up front, at least a really one good linebacker, maybe 2, and they got guys that can intercept and make big plays at the safety and corner. You really have to kind of think, more than like, oh, I can take advantage of the post route because they have shitty corners or safeties. Like, you don't got time to go that far, even if you are a Mahomes or Burrow. I mean, but sometimes we see that magic. They'll extend a play that should be a sack lunch after like a 1 second pass rush, but somehow they slip away, and sometimes they make a big play. Clash at the Coliseum. 34 laps to go, and caution is out. It's just weird seeing like the cars going around in a football stadium, just with like the seats set up. It's like I'm watching like a USC game and NASCAR cars. I mean, that would be cool for me to be able to go. I mean, it's not too far from me. I don't got money like that. It goes John, my boy. Yeah, you can spoil away. I mean, I'm gonna watch it for when the stream when we get there. I'm gonna watch. So. Forbidden in the building. What to do? Yeah, but that's what also Patrick Mahomes is thinking too. You guys you're both there. Within the last couple of years, it shows you, to be able to have a good run, you got to have all the pieces there. And then once you have all the pieces there, then you usually have about a 4 to 5 year run. Seahawks had it, Legion of Boom, with Marshawn. The Niners had it with Navarro Bowman, Patrick Willis, and Kaepernick. So you just know that once you get there, that's going to be the first year of like a 4-year run, and you got to maximize the opportunities that you get there and maximize opportunities that you get to the championship game. And, it's not like you're going to go all 4 years when you're in your prime. You're hoping for 2, and if you can go higher than that, great. And then you got to hope out of the 2, you win at least 1 or both. So, but we already know how difficult it is to win on the NFL level. So, yeah, man, because you guys got the 4 horsemen, man. You got the running backs, except you really only have 3, but the 4th could be Jalen. Yeah, that's an understatement. That was one of the best pickups in the season. There's just certain pickups. Obviously, A.J. Brown. Anyone that thought that wasn't going to work, like, no, I don't know if that duo was going to be good. I mean, then they didn't really watch Jalen at all. But, I mean, because, he had the Alabama and then the Oklahoma and, had to go and, find his way. Sometimes you got to give people a chance, and you have to look, beyond the, what everyone else sees, and just look at like how the players react to a player. Even if they're not at the elite level yet, like how do they respond to him? Are they engaged? Do they like fight for him? Like you can really tell like body language and a lot with like a team and a huddle, and when you're watching a team on TV, if they really are like connected or they're disconnected, and the connected teams can go further. That's facts. Of course. Well, why do you think that is? Because we have the teams that have the best teams, offense, defense, as a collective, right? But all the Hall of Fame quarterbacks are out there. You got potentially 4 of them. If Herbert can get there, Allen, Burrow, and Mahomes. So unless the AFC starts getting defense like the Eagles, the Niners, and the Cowboys, the NFC should be favored. But you always respect and understand that Burrow, Allen, Mahomes are fantastic and they can win a Super Bowl. Yes, we understand. But, I mean, if this is the ultimate team game, then sometimes, yes, we know magic can happen. But if you play the way that you're supposed to, the stats would usually line up the team that's O-line, D-line, defense, coaching, play calling. Who's got the advantage there? And then, that's how I break it down. And even if it's, 6 for the Rams and 0 for the Bengals, look how close the Bengals were. I mean, they almost won. It's not, the Bengals had one of the worst O-lines, and they were going against Aaron Donald, and they didn't even lose by like 20. I mean, they lost barely, like a couple points, field goal, So it shows you things can get a lot tighter. And it's on neutral turf, so you don't get the Eagle fans going, berserk drunk and his passion, and then the Chiefs fans ultra drunk, passion, screaming, oh, you're not getting that. You're getting a bunch of rich corporate people, which is kind of shitty. It's like I feel like the Super Bowl should be engaged by fans, and what they should do is do the season ticket holders of the Chiefs and the Eagles, and they get first dibs just to like, you go. That's what I would want. I want the most hardcore people there, half the stadium Chiefs, half the stadium Eagles, and then if you want the box to be all the fucking rich people, fine. That's a Super Bowl. Give them like a feeling of they're at home, even though it's only one side, but it's all the Philadelphia people, all the Kansas City people. That would give the best ratings, because then you'd be like, holy shit, this crowd is awesome. Be like a wrestling event. Now, of course, they want to make money, and they're not going to do something like that. But if, this is me, if I'm running it, that's who I would want there, because I would want the people that are already supporting, and, you give those fans a chance to have it 50-50, and rich people can be up at the top. They don't need to be down below. They're rich. They're going to be drinking anyways up there. They're not going to, they're not going to be able to get their vodka and their martinis and all that shit down in the front row. They're going to look like a fool, right? So let the billionaires be the billionaires and eat and vibe and socialize, while the hardcore fans, they got the gloves and the hard hat and they got the sweats on and, and the jersey, and, they're sitting out there in fucking 10-degree weather, unless it's, indoors. And we got it in Arizona. That's what I would want. I think that would be awesome for ratings, to actually feel, because like, when you watch wrestling, when the fans are good, like when they go to international waters or they go to Canada, when you watch the show, it's a total vibe. It feels different. It reminds me of ECW, and I like energy. And when it's passionate and it's real, it's like, it's nothing cooler when you have 10 or 20,000 people chanting together. What's cooler than that? I mean, that's why wrestling and sports is cool like that, because you have moments. Sometimes you can get it like in concerts, when you're just vibing together, but just that connection of 10,000 or 20,000 people on the same page. It's a cool feeling, and you can feel it, through the TV and the screen. And I don't know, it's never going to happen, but that's what I would want. And that would give you the best reaction, because the crowds would be fucking going crazy. I mean, actual hardcore fans of each franchise there, instead of a bunch of Richards, a bunch of Richards. Huh? Yeah, and that didn't surprise me. It's like you're almost guaranteed that Gainwell or Scott scores, sometimes both. And then, Sanders obviously can get his too. So. Yeah. Yeah, it's a different role for you guys now, though. Instead of you guys being, hunter and hunted. I mean, it's, you were the hunter before and underdog, right? And, dog mask, underdog, unbelievable, Carson Wentz, Nick Foles. And then now you're the favorite, and now you're the bully, and everyone's coming for you, so. But this team, as far as like depth compared to the team that won the Super Bowl. I mean, they were both very, very special. And I mean, there's a lot of things that are in common. O-line, D-line, defense, coaching, shit matters. This is last year's clash. I'm good, man. I'm good. Internet is toxic. You know what I'm saying? But it just makes me laugh when I see, people being haters. You know what I mean? It just makes me laugh. But I'm good, man. And congratulations to the two franchises. You know what I mean? I think Eagles knew all along that this is what is expected, based off a championship caliber team. And the Chiefs are grateful knowing how hard it is to get out of the AFC, that anyone that gets out of the AFC is blessed because they already know what they're going through and they don't have defenses. It's like they're going to have coaching and they're going to have better offenses normally and more Hall of Fame QBs. But yeah, pretty awesome, dude. I'm doing good. I went to go visit my mom today, brought Paisley, and, got to spend some time and went on the hour walk and whatnot. And yeah, I'm good, man. Yeah, it's but you have to see how the outside perspective, like me, like I said, you guys were the team that was the underdog that had no shot. This year, you guys were the best team in the NFL pretty much for like 14 weeks, had a little blip. And then you saw maybe the Bills or Chiefs be ranked the number one team for a couple weeks. But essentially the whole year, everyone knew that this was the best team. And even the haters were like, well, they can't beat good teams. They can't beat teams that have good defense. Well, apparently they can. And not only are they beating them, they're beating the brakes off of them. So, the narrative can change. It's either you admit to it or you're just a hater and you're coming up with a horrible take, but I mean, the Eagles, if they didn't get there, you would have been, something happened, injury. But just the way that they were playing this year, you felt it, and every Eagle fan felt it. And a lot of us that, you'd be very, very shocked just because if you look at the depth, I mean, the only one team that you felt that could go blow to, round for round, at least for a few quarters was the Niners, because you already know if the Cowboys made it, that shit would have been over in the first quarter, probably 21-0. No disrespect to the Cowboys, but in Philadelphia, you have to be like, it's like you have to have a team like mine was with like the Buccaneers, with like a Rondé Barber and a Sapp and a Brooks. You better have like 4 or 5 Hall of Famers on the defense, because if you're going into Philadelphia thinking you're just going to be able to win automatically, they'll let you know. People don't win there unless, and like I said, I was one of the blessed ones that was able to win, but it took, a 95-yard, pick six from Rondé at the very end, which was like probably a miracle from the sports gods. Because if that doesn't happen, but they were very dominant. You got to think, they get there, they typically are going to win. And if they don't win, they're going to go all the way to the end, just the way that they play. But especially if they have home field, people don't really win in Philadelphia. Like I said, it took a lot, but also too, with Tampa, you guys beat the shit out of us for like 4 years straight. It took us like 3 or 4 years of you beating the shit out of us for that Rondé play to happen. So it's not like, oh, Tampa Bay came in here with this big defense and we bullied you guys. No, you fucking bullied the shit out of us. And finally, like 1 year, we were good enough. And, the Hall of Famers, especially if you have Sapp and Brooks, there was nobody better at each position in that time period. Best outside linebacker, best D tackle. And if you have that with like a Lynch and a Rondé, Simeon Rice, you got 5 quality, borderline Hall of Fame players, if not all. We know Simeon will never get in, but if you look at his numbers, I mean, he was top 3 in sacks. He was getting like, 15 and a half sacks for like a 3-year period. Hell, that's going to help you go to a Super Bowl. Fucking 15 and a half, and maybe being able to get a 1 to 3 sacks in the big games like Super Bowl or NFC championship game. I mean, they don't really build guys like that anymore. That's facts. But I am excited for the Super Bowl. And I know the Bengals, it would have been cool, but it's always fresh to get something new, Yeah, and you have to win before Jalen gets paid, because once Jalen gets paid, the team's going to be different. It's going to be harder to be able to keep everyone together, because at that point, people are going to go other places because they're going to want their money, and they're going to be a hot commodity based off the overall success of the team. Just like kind of like with the Russell Wilson thing, you had to win before the rookie deal was up. Otherwise, you're fucked, and you're probably not going to be able to do it. So anytime you can win and you can go into your prime 4 to 5 year run and the quarterback's on the rookie deal still, that is like the best thing on planet Earth, PB&J, best things in sliced bread. That's what you want. Yeah. I mean, Super Bowl is corporate people, rich people. What about those guys that would just do anything just to sit at the top, that have been watching the team every game for 30 years, just because they don't got the money, like they don't deserve to be there. You know what I mean? It's all about greed and money. I get it. But it would just be really cool instead of like Goodell randomly choosing someone from like Make-A-Wish or here's 2 tickets. That's a great, gesture. But I just think there's so many people that if you're a fan of the team, they should be able to cater to those people to actually get some true noise in the building, not manufactured noise from the speakers with all the corporate people. They're probably so faded, at the game. Think about all the rich people that like maybe they're a fan of one of the teams, maybe they're not, right? But they're not going to be into it. Like, I mean, there's going to be so many people that are like just faded, just like too much drinking. Like, are they even really enjoying? I mean, it's just like you're a concert. It's like a status thing. Like, look at me, I'm at the Super Bowl, and then they do a selfie. But like, I know a lot of the fans that, just be really cool to be able to hook people up that are deserving, whether it's a young person or an OG, 80-year-old guy, just been loving the team for 40 years, but, just can't afford, you want to make dreams come true. That's how you do it. That's why I need to get bigger down the road so I can do shit like that, help people out. I don't know how many things are worse than the Pro Bowl. It's one of the worst things like on planet Earth, and I still continue to watch two-hand touch. But the actual Pro Bowl should be canceled, and then they're going to do the events. So they'll just do like the different events like they used to do in the 90s. That's when it actually was pretty cool because you had like Dan Marino out there, early Peyton Manning in like the mid to late 90s, and they were hitting the targets, and that shit is a lot better than whatever bullshit they just need to go back to doing things the simple way in the 80s and 90s. We know what lasts, and that's why throwbacks are so dope, because we knew what colors and what was dope even back then. And just everything now is like manufactured to look like digitized and computerized, where it doesn't really have a throwback look. Everything's modern. So yeah, but also too, if you're a Patriot fan, maybe it's AFC bias. You know what I mean? Everyone's going to have a view on how they think, and a lot of times, depending on what team that you're affiliated with, you watch more of that particular conference. Unless you watch everyone, well, like I do, which some people try to watch as much as they can, which is awesome. But I think Eagles would be the favorite, but sometimes like not even realizing the AFC bias. Unless you really love Mahomes and Kelsey and whatnot, but. It could go either way, but bottom line, if you're on the outside looking in with no bias, the Eagles should be the favorite. I mean, to say that, okay, they have the best team overall, top to bottom, the most depth, right? They're the hottest team, right? One of the hottest teams. A little slip up, with a little bit of injury for a week or two, but overall, they were the hottest team throughout the year. And they've been blowing people out, but for whatever reason, they're just going to fail in the Super Bowl. But if that was the case, then why did the Bucs not fail? Why did the Rams not fail? Defense matters, but when you have a Mahomes or Burrow, you can fight it, and sometimes you'll win, but most of the time you're going to lose because the defense is too tough. Like Reddick is probably going to be all in Mahomes' grill. Like I would not be shocked if Reddick gets like 1 or 2 sacks. Would you? And I know any Eagle fan is like, dude, this guy knows. I was like, you just have to watch football and watch the Eagles play. The guy's almost unblockable. There's a reason why you're in the top 2 in sacks when you were up there for a good chunk of the season. So. Yeah, but let's just be honest, just to be, call a spade a spade. AFC defenses fucking suck. Can we agree? They're not good. Everyone scores fucking 20, 30, 40, and maybe that's why the media is portraying, the quarterbacks in such like a big light because the points are so high. But if these guys were going against the Eagles and the Niners and Dallas on occasionally once a month, it's not going to be as good. You're going to have some shitty stat lines. You know what I'm saying? So NFC teams are always going to have the better defenses, it seems like. And eventually, there is going to be one powerhouse AFC defense. But at this point, I mean, I'm taking the fucking Eagles, Niner, Cowboy defense over anything in the AFC by a billion. I mean, look, and even if you're like, Cowboys, yeah, they got Dan Quinn and Micah Parsons. You don't think that's good? You want to be a hater of that? DeMarcus Lawrence is pretty good. You can be 50-50 on Van Der Esch or Diggs. Diggs can't really cover. Didn't get the same kind of results the year before and whatnot. But you know what I'm saying? Even if you're a hater of the Cowboys, Micah Parsons is like the next big thing. He could be, the modern day, Lawrence Taylor type of, if he can keep it steady with a career and, not get injured and keep it going. Because obviously, Devin White and Darius Shaq Leonard, Fred Warner, Wagner, you have some linebackers there, but Micah looks like he could be a generational talent. And it's, you don't have to be a hater to see that. And Dan Quinn turned a defense around that was absolutely garbage. One of the worst that season, one of the worst in planet Earth, in its existence. And then he made him relevant in like a year and then like dominant in the second year. So. Yeah. I mean, like we would show up, right? And we would try our fucking hardest, you know what I mean? But it's just, you know that you're not good enough. But what's really funny in that 2001 team, that's the best team that we've ever had, in my opinion. Out of all the years that I've watched, based off the Natty era, the playoff era, that is overall the best team Oregon has ever had. Yeah, there's been other, Natty appearances, but this team, if you go back and look at the talent that we had, we were a true powerhouse team. If it was just anybody but Miami, we would have maybe been able to pull it off, but still being the number 2 team that year overall, I mean, that's a big accomplishment for a team like Oregon. It's like we already know the Bamas and the Georgias and the Ohio States and the Michigans and all the other teams are better, but whenever we get recognition, it's always cool. It's cool to be able to represent here. Yeah, you have. You're on it, dude. Yes, and that's what I'm looking forward to. I don't even give a shit if they do. They should just stop the game. Joey Logano with the win. He's wooing. Yeah. But like I said, a lot of times people will try to think differently. Luis Fernando in the building. Hello, this is Luis calling on behalf of Verizon Fios. How are you? What's your email? Yeah, I signed you up already. What do you mean? We just talked about it. All right, bye. And then boom, ring the bell. Ding, ding, ding. $10. Me and Louise just got sales. We're going home. No, some people would try to do it like that. It's like, did you even talk to anybody? There's no way in hell you got all the information. Motherfucker called them. You have to have like a conversation for like 5 minutes to get like all the information to make a sale. If you're doing like setting up a business with like cable, internet, and phone, you get these motherfuckers in here. It's like a minute 30 and they're hanging up. We're like, oh, you motherfucker. You are a liar. You a liar. But not me and Louise, though. We try to do things by the book, the right way. Bang, 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 boom, boom, boom. Hello, this is Louise calling on behalf of Verizon Fios. Por favor. Bang, bang. Luis Fernando. That's my boy. That Luis guy. Yeah, he's pretty cool. What's up, brother? $10 holla. Thank you. Appreciate you. What's good, man? I'm just grinding. Grind every day. Grind here, grind there, grind everywhere. Your boy's got to do it. All right, Blazers are starting in 2 minutes, so I got to take advantage of anything that's on. I have to, to be able to know what the fuck you're talking about, you have to be able to put in the work. It's like, oh, do I want to just read the little blurb, on like how the Blazers played? Yeah, I could probably write the blurb right now too. All right, here's the blurb for tonight, Monday, right? Today's date. What is it? Monday, January 30th, 2023. Blazers recap. We fucking suck. We lost. The end. Right? That's kind of how it is usually when I watch these games. But for whatever reason, when I go, we win. So, and hey, Louise, I don't know if you watched all the Blazer games. I know probably sometimes you'll catch, some of one, if you're with your friends or at the bar, but I don't know if you watch all of them or some of them, but the game that he had 60, just like a couple days ago, I went to that game with Preston and it was pretty sweet, man, to be able to see Dame get 60. Pretty dope, man. Hello, this is O-Dog calling on behalf of Verizon Fios. I need your email, phone number. Yep. Yeah. Yeah. All that information. Alternate phone number. Yep. 99.99. Yep. All right. Bye. Boom. He's like, oh, I like this guy. This guy good. This guy is good. Luis Fernando, bilingual. English and Spanish. Boom shakalaka. Oh, hell no. And it shows you the defense was like so bad because like Burrow had all day and all night. And it's like if you got second or third string and the Bills elite number ones couldn't get through the whole game, Like, how bad is that defense? Like, people were just trying to say, they're pretty good. Well, maybe they were when Vaughn was there and they were hiding some of the problems. But when I saw that, I was like, they already can't run the ball, with any of their running backs. And then now you can't even get, you know what I'm saying? Like, and you were at home. You were at home. So it shows you if the Bills organization has any brain, it's like, fuck, we need an RB1. We need a Josh Jacobs, Nick Chubb immediately. Okay. And then number 2, we need to fucking figure out this defense and the D coordinator because this shit ain't working. You can't be that fucking top 3 and you're talking shit, with the fan base against the other 2 teams with Bengals and Chiefs. You got to back it up. But you got to be smart enough to, okay, we suck here. We can't have Josh Allen being the leading fucking rusher every year or, being kind of like that main guy in the playoffs. You don't win games that way. You know what I mean? It's like as great as, him as a rusher or like Cam Newton, they're going to have their limits. You can't be like, I'm going to fucking run with 100 yards a game with Josh Allen. It's not going to happen. It's unrealistic. Luis Fernando, my boy. Yeah, much appreciated. We appreciate you. It's good. Your boy doesn't want to eat the fingernails for dinner. $15, 85 to go. Yeah, he's cool, man. And like the thing, it's Louise is cool because anytime I get someone in here that I used to work with, you know what I mean? It's like my friend, but they know I'm grinding and then they do that. It means so much more to me. Like every dono means a lot, but when it's like Marcos or Louise or Brett or, certain people that I've worked with and they come through, it's just like, it makes you feel good. You know what I mean? That, people can recognize people that are fake or real and the grinders and the hustlers, and it's just a mutual respect. But when you get people that are your friend or your acquaintances and they're willing to do something like this, that's not normal behavior. That's someone that, that really respects and the grind and the hustle. And, if they didn't like you, there's no way in hell a friend would donate to another friend unless, they really believed in you. And that shows based off that. So it means a lot, man. I appreciate you. And then recognizing little things like that and being able to say them out loud, because a lot of people, they can just be like, oh, it's a donation, but it depends on the person's situation, especially if, there's people here on the channel that aren't really doing that well, but they're still donating. And it kind of makes me feel bad because I want to make sure everyone, is okay, but also I need to be okay too, to continue to do this full time and whatnot. But I don't need to be rich, by any standard. But if that means I have to, try to do a little bit less on the give backs until things get better, I don't know. I don't think anyone's going to care. I mean, I always try to give back as much as I can with the people. So, but when it's when it's a friend that, does it, it's almost like shocking, to you. It's like, and it's really funny too. It's like a lot of them are very similar, based off their personality that do it too. Just it makes you feel good, all that hard work, and people respect you enough on the hustle and grind, and they know. I mean, fucking A, dude, because a lot of these people I worked with years ago, so they already knew what the fuck I was doing back then, and then still going after it. It's like 11 years is a long fucking time for anything. There's not a lot of people got 11-year relationships with fucking anything, unless you have like a dog or something. So, yeah, Luis is the man. Not JT is the man. I didn't really necessarily have one. I really thought that it could go either way, based off because the Chiefs, and even though with Mahomes and Kelsey, I knew the Niners normally were the only team that could keep up, but I didn't really necessarily do a specific pick being like this team or that team. So normally I do, but the Eagles and Niners, just going into the game was very tough because just the way that, the Niners have been playing up to that point. And I don't think anyone predicted Brock Purdy to go down that early. I mean, it ruined the game. So the JT in the building, Luis Fernando. Oh, dog. Yeah, of course, man. And it's just who I naturally am. And a lot of times I think people like you donate because they haven't really seen what I've done before. Like maybe we work together, but everyone's, doing sales and then they're, smoking or drinking at night. There's no time for them to go to watch O-Dog on YouTube. They got other shit going on. They're hanging out with their woman. They're doing the Netflix and chill. You're eating food. But then when you get people that when you don't work with them anymore, and maybe they have a little bit more free time and then they can see what we do here. It's cool, man. Like, I think a lot of times people, they assume what I do, or they have no idea what I do. But I mean, unless you're here and a part of the fam, this is not something that's easy to do and manage something like that. But it's something I feel blessed. I put in a lot of hard work, and it's just nice to be able to hang out with people. And also it took a lot of hard work. You don't get to this point, and I feel like I had to learn everything on my own. Like no one taught me anything. Like I had to literally learn how to do this and get to this point on my own, and occasionally we'll have to give people the Hogan boot or maybe a little Stone Cold Stunner, but usually at the end, we already know what it is, and it's usually going to be a good fit for us. But I appreciate that, man. A lot of hard work. It's not easy, and especially, just to be able to, which is good for me, just I guess for the amount of reading that I'm not just doing NFL. It's like I'm doing everything. So I really will never run out of content to do just because I'm just putting in that fucking work, dude. Putting in that work. Louise is like, this motherfucker putting in the work. Stacks on stacks, racks on racks, Cactus Jack, bang, bang, $10 holla. My boy, appreciate you. He's like, Louise is like throwing it down. Like we're down at Jiggles or something at the strip club that no longer exists anymore. Oh, thank you, Louise, my boy. Louise. Yeah, you can do it, man. Like I said, you just, it's also like not only what it's who and I try to help out people like I can. But like I said, sometimes you have these passions, right? And with my Jordan, think about it. I'm a huge collector. I do the toys. I do cards, sports memorabilia. I've been doing it since like 85 to 87 range. I'm 40, been, collecting for over 30 years. It's one of those things. You can have things that are very precious. But if you know that you got money, you got 1,000 to 10,000 in shoes, and usually sometimes if you're a collector, one set of shoes could be 1,000. Once you get on the collector roll, and if you're a shoe hustler and you're a sneakerhead, like I said, sometimes you only have a shoe, maybe one pair or two, and you're already at $1,000. Sometimes you'll have ones that are cheaper, $100, 150. But the shoe game is, you can flip and make money, but bro, if you got to do it to be able to, get things off the ground for a new business venture or just something for you and your girl, or, down payment for house or condo or something better than what you're in now. Yeah. Sometimes the whole reason that you have the collection, because it can put you in a position that if you ever need money, that you have that as an option. And that's what, as collectors, what we do. We're hustling, we're grinding, we're flipping. We have these cool things, right? But that we also have them as like a retirement, a backup. So for whatever reason, if we get fired or we don't have a job, or we lose our job, or we quit our job, or we get fired from a job, whatever, right? We have money. You always got to make sure that you're looking after yourself. But yeah, I mean, like I said, it's all about who you know. And, if you ever got to a point where you need a little help, I'll help you. So, I know a lot of people would say they would, but they wouldn't. But I definitely would. If there's something little I can do, yeah. Got to do it, man. You got to do it. You know what I mean? And you're a genuine dude too. That's what we have here. I don't really put up with a lot of the trolls and stuff. Like a lot of the people are very like genuine people that would give the shirt off their back, that would help people in need. That's what I'm about. So whenever you get the people that are super aggro or like super hater, or a troll, like, yeah, it's like, dude, that behavior could maybe be acceptable on other streams, but life is too short, with a lot of the people. Half the fan base is under, 35, and the other half is over 35. So a lot of these people are, they're grinders. And then, maybe they just want to chill at night, don't put up with some bullshit. So I feel you, man. You can do it, dude. You got this, brother. You got this, brother. And it sucks selling the collection. But again, you don't have to sell all of it unless you really feel the need to. And bang, bang. And just remember, don't sell it as a lot. And unless that's like last resort, but then you're going to get ripped off. You always have to do it by like, one by one. I know it's tough because that takes time. You have to list it depending on where you're putting it at. If you're putting it on like a Facebook thing, market, or eBay, or, Etsy, or all these little places where you can set up shoes or items, it's difficult, but if you're, you got them for a reason. And if you need money, you know which ones are worth more, and you can plug away at it, and, it'll help you keep yourself off the ground. That's what to do, man. Louise got shoes, man. I got a couple friends, like Marcos works at Nike, but I have a couple friends that are pretty heavy shoe collectors. Some of them just started within the last couple of years. Some have been doing it for a long time. I'm just selective with mine. I usually don't have like a lot, but if I usually have like 2 to 5 pairs that I never wear, never worn, never put my foot in it, just like I'm a collector, type stuff. Usually it'll be like that until I get, on a different level. So Damian Lillard. Okay, baby. All right, let's go Blazers. Let's go Blazers. So I ended up, when I went to the dispensary, they were like, "Oh, you can sign up and get extra deals." I've been going to this place like every couple days. I'm always going there, right? So I'm like, "Fuck, all right." Eventually, I did it. Downloaded the app or whatever. Damn, they do actually have some stuff. I mean, it might be a product that it's newer to me that I'll have to try out, but at least giving you an option to get like kind of a good discount on certain things. I was like, okay. I don't know if I'm really going to use it that often, but it's like, fuck, if you want to throw me an extra discount while I'm there. Josh Hart, Anthony Simons, Damian Lillard, Jeremy Grant, and Yusuf Nurkic. Aaron Holiday, DeAndre Hunter, Deontay Murray, John Collins, and Clint Capella. Shit, they should put me as an announcer. Your boy needs some funds. I could do that. Wrestling. I think being a wrestling commentator would be a lot of fun, especially if you could be like Pat and you have a little freedom where you can kind of be yourself and get a little more like fan. I'm not saying that if I was doing it, I'd be jumping on the table and shit, but I think it's cool when he does it for like Shinsuke, because that's the type of guy that does need like that kind of support and love. That fucking intro is sick. Chauncey Billups, he's like, I'm the head coach, but I'm not that good. I think O-Dog could do better. But he's like, guess what? I won a fucking championship, bitch. Remember that? Yeah, I remember you and Rip Hamilton. Okay. I remember Tayshaun Prince, Rasheed Wallace, Ben Wallace. I remember. They were good that year. I'll give them that. Luis Fernando. Do you want anything for photos or anything, brother? Luis is like, I don't even know about this whole photo thing. I'm just coming in here to show love. But it's just really cool to be able to have someone that you recently worked with within the last couple of years do something. I mean, it makes you feel really good. It's like you made a good impression. But I think, like I said, when you meet certain people, you already know if the person's fucking shady or a good person, or if they have a hustle or whatever. And I definitely do try to set an example, because I do have the biggest, I think, sports related channel here in Oregon, but not everyone really knows me out here yet, and whatnot. But just to show people, if you're willing to put in the hard work, and you believe in yourself, and it's really hard to stay disciplined. I mean, if you can't, stay disciplined to going to the gym, like doing something like this is, a lot of people would fail or just give up. It's a very, very hard, cutthroat, depressing at times, but also very rewarding at times business. So, but if you have good people in your corner, then the depression stuff doesn't last very long. Oh, Kittle. Yeah. I mean, obviously, probably just frustrated as shit, just losing the game, and whatnot. You guys are the real deal. You know what I mean? It's just, I don't have to be an Eagle fan to recognize what I see, but, that's why so many people lean on these people that are characters that have takes on TV and podcasts. So they're looking for guidance as a fan. Like, what should I believe? And they're trying to get this like reassurance, but you're getting it from fucking idiots that are biased. And if you're believing what they said, then you turn into a fucking idiot. Like, you got to really, watch it and like, read and follow the beat writers and follow your, you got to be able to follow. And if you're willing to put in the work, you can read between the lines of the fake shit and the fake stuff that's out there and the stuff that's a little bit more legitimate. Blazers 3, Hawks 2. Street ball. Oh, Jeremy Grant with the brick. Louise is the man. Yeah, it's funny. That's my dad's favorite player. And my dad is like Santa Claus. Like, he looks like Santa. He's like the most laid back guy on planet Earth, And Rasheed was his favorite. Vocal, which is like the complete opposite of my dad. He's like very quiet and just, kind of to himself. You know what I mean? Unless the Dodgers are on, then some emotion comes out, but very chill, relaxed, laid back dude. Very cool. But Rasheed, man, just his ability to go from inside to outside, I think. It was a special time. Rasheed was damn good at threes. for a big guy, with a guy that wasn't considered a center, but maybe a power forward that's a little too tall to shoot threes. Rashid could sling it. He was entertaining. I definitely enjoyed it when he was there. I think he enjoyed Portland a lot too. A lot of weed. Him and Damon Stoudemire, a lot of them. They love the weed. All the weed. Oh, I like Kittle too as well. But like I said, to have the season, nothing on the Cash App side, but that's okay. We might get some later. No worries. But yeah, I think it's just the emotion to be that close and then all of a sudden just to have it all end like that. I mean, just to you put the quarterback back there knowing that he can't even throw. It's like you would have been better off putting like McCaffrey back there if he can actually use his arm and his legs. But it's like you had to not even do that because his one throw was fucking horrendous. Then you were just like, well, we're going to put in Brock Purdy knowing that he can't throw. So ultimately you guys can throw 9 in the box, right? And then one-on-one on the outside and knowing that, well, you're not throwing the ball. So why do we have more guys back there? And then you get the big lead. And, does it take a rocket scientist to figure that out? Imagine playing normal defense knowing he's never going to throw. Like, why would you do that? You got to go in. You smell the blood, right? You got to go in there and take care of the business. Oh, of course. They're on, both of them are on Twitter. And obviously, Pat can't go that hard because he's like the face of the NFL. But, when you're the best tight end, you can pretty much, be like a Gronk and be crazy. And they kind of give the tight ends a free pass. They already know the elite tight ends have personality. They got the swagger, the personality, just like an elite wide receiver, but maybe not as diva-ish as the wide receivers. The tight ends, they just know that they're fucking good. And some will talk more smack than others, but I mean, I don't have a problem with tight ends talking shit. Fucking hard to be a tight end. You got to catch and you got to block. Fuck. You got to put in more work. At least that's when the elite ones. That's why I've always respected Gronk. It doesn't have, before he even came to my team and all that, but just like the effort that he would put in blocking, he didn't have to do that but he was told to do that or you're not fucking playing, by the coaches. But I get that. But, to be as good as he was at it, you could argue Gronk might have been the best, one of the best, at least in this generation at being a blocking tight end. And we already know what he does receiving and what he did in his prime. But I always look for those little things like the blocking. I like that. I like being able to see who's pancaking, who an offensive lineman is like, someone that could do multiple positions, who can pull. I like to see the little advantages in football when I can. Yeah, I think it was just frustration, man. And it's not only that. It's not like you lost barely. You guys just obliterated them, and that was the worst part ever because it wasn't even fair, in their eyes. And then Johnson, got hurt. It's like, what are the chances of having to go to Christian McCaffrey? But that's football. They need to find someone who can stay healthy, be healthy at quarterback. And once San Francisco does, they probably will win a Super Bowl at some point. But if you keep getting these rotational guys, if Trey's not the guy, you're going to continue to have this happen. You're going to overachieve and get to the Super Bowl or NFC Championship, but probably fall short. All right, I'm going to go. I think I got a Snapple in the freezer. I'm going to go check on Paisley. And Louise, you're the man. I don't know if you're still in the building. Where are we looking at? Are we looking at Louise? Yep. Yeah. Louise is the man. Yeah. You guys are awesome. 13-7 Blazers. Rip City is what they say. I just wish we could play defense. Oh, and the fucking boy's not even playing for them on the Hawks. No ice tray. It's like if we lose the Hawks and there's no Trey, he's just sitting there in street clothes. All right, I need to go check on Paisley real quick, and then we'll be back. We'll be back to this. Eagles, Chiefs, Super Bowl.
Timeout on the deck, though, first. 6:22 remaining. Just underway. Pacific Office Automation is the one source for all of your business technology. That's why we're a preferred provider of copiers and print solutions for the Portland Trailblazers. Find your total office solution for copiers and printers.
All right, I'm back. She's just chilling on the couch. I was gonna make a frozen pizza, and then I had the preset, and I was like, do I really want to eat it right now? So I just turned it off. So I don't want to have that on forever. Oh, that's good. It's like I'm on that Snapple. I'm on that Snapple and pre-roll diet. Is that good? I think that's good, right? Drink a lot of Snapple and Gatorade, not Haterade, and then a nice healthy sample of pre-roll. That is what makes life good in Oregon. Go on a walk. You already know you got a Snapple waiting for you. Go on a walk. You got the Gatorade. Blue. Has to be blue though. Light blue or dark blue, but preferably the dark blue one I think is better. But they're so good, right?
The savings start Tuesday with Bymart's latest membership savings book. Watch for it in your mailbox. Inside, you'll find 16 pages of store-wide savings in every department.
Oh, yeah. Well, plus, if you actually saw him play at all in his former team, you were like, oh. You're like, okay, you saw him in college or maybe you heard of him and then, saw what he did there. And sometimes you can get guys, just from, teams floating around. Like, you got a really good player from like the Cardinals and maybe he's not really getting the proper love. He's like, maybe the third or fourth, fifth guy and maybe a little overshadowed. Maybe people are sleeping on him and, you just need to go somewhere where you feel appreciated, right? And you get a little change of scenery and you get around people that are fucking winners and you get around people that are, dedicated, committed. And it's actually a team instead of just a couple guys. And then everyone else is running around fucking losing every game in Arizona, right? And you knew, I mean, they can't double team fucking everybody. And it's awesome to be able to see that type of consistency. And that's the type of guy that could lead the league in sacks at one point or another. So, especially when you get impact players like that. So, I like him a lot. I'm always looking at defense and offensive linemen first. I already know the quarterback, running back, wide receiver, tight end is easy. You don't have to be a rocket scientist to be like, oh, this guy might be good. You can kind of tell. But when you go in defense and you're going like O-line, it takes more like effort because not just the body size or the guy did good in college is guaranteed. Where it's going to translate over. There's a lot more intangibles that are involved, discipline wise with defense and obviously offensive line. It's different type of evaluation. 15-12 Blazers, ice tray and street clothes, playing the Hawks. They're in Moda. I know YG, the rapper, came or was going to come to Portland. They did an interview and he couldn't even say Moda Center. He said, yeah, come to the Modo Center and see me. And they're like, dude, it's Moda. He's like, yeah, the Modo. Ooh, good block. I'll get a Reddick photo up. But I'm not sure if Louise is still in the room or not, but anyone that's donated, I can always throw up photos for anyone. This is just kind of, one of the freestyle streams that we'll do, and nothing is, this is pretty much what we're all going to be talking about for the next 2 weeks. This will be a part of it no matter what. Any little new piece of information that comes out, but it's kind of a weight game now. Let's see what I can find. Yeah, Cardinals defensive players usually pan out. I'm already aware of it because I got Simeon Rice there. So I was like, oh. So it's like sometimes the Cardinals, they draft really well, but sometimes they just give up on players. And if they have like a first round or second round guy that's really talented, and then they're just off of them for some reason, yeah, you should probably scoop them up because they probably got garbage coaching, and you got this like all-American talent that just needs better coaching and support around them. And that's how you go from Reddick on the Cardinals to, could be a Super Bowl, MVP type of performance. If they win from Reddick, he could get 2 or 3 sacks and be the difference maker. But some people don't know that. If you're an Eagle fan and you're hardcore, you know that information. But I think if you're not an Eagle fan, I don't think a lot of people, unless you're a hardcore person that actually follows football like Sarah knows. I know there's people in this room that know, but I don't think the average fan knows unless you're actually watching the games. It's kind of good. 18-16 Blazers. And then anything you guys want to go over? I need Monday Night. How's Monday Night Raw been? We got 35 minutes before you guys get it. Has it been garbage? I thought it was going to be good tonight. I thought Monday Night Raw was going to be like, okay, it's after Royal Rumble. They have to have a lit one that's like at least like a 9. But apparently the first hour and a half was bad. So. Yeah, why do you think that is? Because nobody wants to go where Russell Wilson is at. Sometimes all it takes is one person, you know what I mean? And it's like, gosh, if you're locked in, and you already saw what happened, you're going to be the person that goes no matter who it is. And even if you get a little bit more, out of him, like, are you really going to be happy coaching there? And I think that's why it's not really even a destination. Like, I think even the Houston job is more lucrative than going to a team like Denver. I hate to say it for the Denver Bronco fans, but it's not a place where if you're a smart fucking person that you would want to go unless you really have a connection with Russell Wilson and you are friends with him already. And then you have a squad that you can build within the ranks, college and NFL, and you figure you can turn shit around. But I mean, we're talking about a very, very few select people that probably could make it work, and more people that probably wouldn't take the job, or they're just going to be the one that gets the axe after a year or two. So, I mean, until they're free of the Russ contract, that's when we can start taking the Broncos probably really seriously, unless they can find the right combo and put it together. I mean, for them to be able to get to 10 wins in the next 4 years one time, is it possible? I don't know. But you would think maybe, but it all depends on what happens with the rest of the division. And I mean, if it's Russ from last year, hell no, because that motherfucker couldn't even barely get to 3 to 4 wins. How the hell are you going to get to 10 when you can barely get to 4? So it has to be much better than what we saw this year. But injuries are a motherfucker. Injuries are a motherfucker. Yeah, injuries are a motherfucker. Blazers with no defense, not moving their feet. I mean, that's the one most aggravating thing. They always chant defense, and they have this like big drum, and all the fans in the Moda we chant, right? But they never play defense. They never move their feet. We've only had a defensive-minded team like maybe 2 different teams in a matter of like 35 years. It's not. I mean, we preach it, but I mean, there's just so many offensive-minded greatness players that, I mean, you really have to be super dedicated, or you got to have guys like Ben Wallace and Rashid and Billups and Rip and, Tayshaun Prince. Like, you have to have like all 5 guys committed that this is what we're doing. Fuck scoring. We're always going to be known as rebounding and defense and blocking shots. And then that's what they were known as, and they won that way. But I mean, out of that, I can't even really think of another defensive minded team in the last 30 years besides the Bad Boys. You know what I mean? But they had guys that could score like Isaiah and Dumars. You know what I mean? Like all their, like John Sally, Lambeer, Mark Aguirre. They had plenty of guys. Rodman. But I mean, there hasn't really been too many, and it's coincidentally both Detroit, right? Like Bad Boys Detroit, 2 years back-to-back champs, and then modern day Detroit, and then I don't know if there's anyone else that I could really put in that category. Anthony Mason with like the Knicks with his muscles. He had kind of like the Debo crooked eye look. Rest in peace, Anthony Mason. But he was intimidating. Motherfucker, you look at him and he look at you like all like sideways crooked eye and shit. Like, oh, fuck, And it's kind of crazy that he just had the look. But it's like you would have thought that he would have been able to throw down and beat a few people up just based on how he looked. But definitely didn't get in as many fights as maybe I thought, just based off his look. But they had a pretty physical squad. But I think Detroit was on another level because Detroit was dirty as shit. This was when the NBA, you could clothesline guys, throw guys to the ground. Like Jordan got thrown around and everyone got thrown around. Black eyes, backhands, punches and shit. There was guys that would be like punched in the 80s and they wouldn't even be ejected. The NBA was like so much tougher. And whenever I hear these kids talking about like LeBron and all the guys that are playing now being better than the people that were playing in the 80s and 90s, a lot of these guys wouldn't even be able to fucking make it that long. Like, yeah, we know how great they are, but the game was so different back then and the talent level was much better. It's like, you want to talk about Giannis? Yeah, we had like 4 of those. You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, Giannis is great, but the type of guys that we had, the Malones and, the Barkleys, these guys were very, very special. Bird, Magic, Jordan, Olajuwon. We're not going to see that shit ever again. Yeah. No, you wouldn't want to take the Denver job, though, because they would just fire you, bro, after like 6 months to a year. You got to get past the contract. Once the quarterback stuff is done, then you can actually move on as a franchise and breathe easy. Because I don't think take a look at it this way. If they're not really having good opportunities right now, ask yourself this as a Denver fan. Do you think anyone in the NFL wants Russell Wilson after what they saw? If you're a bad team, you probably rather would go for a draft pick in the first round than take him. So what does that say? There's not really even a market for a guy like that. I don't even think bad teams would want him. Like, it's not like Houston is clamoring at the thought of, oh, we could get Russell. You'd be better off getting a CJ Stroud or Bryce Young. Yeah, but I'm definitely going to be, it's going to be exciting to see what happens in the Super Bowl. Wish the NFC championship game was a little closer, but with all things considered, that's the way it should have been. Maybe even Eagles score more based on how that situation happened. Yeah, injuries are motherfucker. But just the flow of the game, whether Niner fans want to admit it or not, if they had 0 injuries based off the flow of the game, they still would have lost. They still would have put up a hell of a lot more points, 20-23, but you still would have lost. And just the way, it just wasn't going to be, based off that atmosphere and the flow of the game. We already know Brock Purdy would have been able to move the ball better than anyone else that was playing, but to act like he was going to go in there and throw for like 4 touchdown passes and no picks, that's absurd. But again, every fan base will come up with these fake stories in their head, and then once someone posts it, then people like believe it. Yeah, that is true. I thought he definitely was going to go for 4 tutties. We got cheated. Roger Goodell injured the players mentally, and the cheatiness happened. What's up? Yeah, I did, and then I was gonna put pizza in there, and then I turned it off and stuff. Are you hungry? You're gonna fish sticks? Okay, yeah. All right, hold on a second. Hold on. All right, I just want to. Got pizza, corn dog, and fish sticks. Those are the options. Might be a fish stick type of dinner. 26-23 Blazers. Damian Lillard. Seeing him get 60 points was awesome. Burgerville, garbage. It's like, does Burgerville not do the special sauce anymore? I swear, like all their burgers taste like shit now. Like now I got to wait for like the onion rings to come out, the Walla Walla, and then I got to wait for when they do the specialty shakes like during the spring, like the blueberry or whatever it is. But I was like, normally you could get like the smaller cheeseburgers and they had kind of like their own special sauce that they would use for Burgerville exclusively. And it's like, I can't even get that anymore. Like what the hell happened? Like you just went from being a pretty like cool place I could go to like a couple times a year, and now you're like, I can't even eat at your establishment. Like, Russell's number 5, Chris Sims. Yeah, what a idiot, huh? I mean, it's one thing. It's like, it's like, I don't know, seeing too many people on TV and the panel is ridiculous. Putting every former NFL player on a show is ridiculous. Like, I think it's it's kind of a disrespect to the others like us, it's like, I get it. They have the fame, they were a player, but just because you were a player doesn't mean you're going to be good on the microphone. Like, being really good on the microphone is not easy. And obviously if you have the charisma or a good tonality and a good voice and connection, but it's just kind of getting to the point now where the market is getting so oversaturated and they're getting so desperate to compete that they're literally putting anybody on the fucking microphone. Doesn't even matter anymore. It's like, what are we going to get? We're going to get the fucking Chiefs ball boy or like Broncos ball girl. Like, it's getting a little ridiculous now. Like, can we just like have the people that are qualified and let people like others, maybe get a little bit of love and pub, You want to be able to have the NFL if it's the most popular, right? You want to have the best covering it. You don't want to have these clowns that, think they know football and they're absolutely garbage on the mic. If I want my ears to bleed, I can pretty much put on any show on any network, when we're doing football and, CBS, Fox, unless we're, getting our favorite, if we're getting like a good option, Jim Nance, a Tony Romo, I can hear Madden and Summerall in my head. All right. But it's not like we have options now. Burkhardt and Olsen are pretty good, but Olsen's like, fuck, man, I'm finally getting a little recognition and whatnot. You know what I mean? And then, but what that can do is if he keeps doing well, he'll get a job on like, Amazon, on their network or they'll move him to ESPN or one of the other things, NBC, Sunday night or whatever. He'll get a shot because eventually that's going to be Brady's spot and whatnot, but we don't really know for how many years. So. Oh, I mean, talk about a guy that not only is biased, but the takes are so crazy. Like they're so far one, like it's not even believable that that's his way of trying to rope people in to comment or watch his shit. You know what I mean? But it's like, it's one thing to believe it, but just to be lying about it and just doing the most ridiculous, you know what I mean? It's like some people like to be loud, like Stephen A, but I think sports talk isn't, in that range anymore, Maybe sports talk was like it back in this day, right? With this guy right here, Randy Johnson, where you want to scream and yell and you want to be like Rome, but things have changed, man. You know what I'm saying? Things aren't like it was back in this figure, 1997, Randy Johnson, starting lineup. It's my thing right here, man. It's all about the Randy. Got to have the old school. 31-23 Blazers. Yeah, I don't like it because the thing is like it could be like a creativity thing. And obviously for Kellen Moore, he's going from one awesome offense to another, right? You know what I'm saying? But the defense, they can't tackle. They always get hurt. They can't stop the run. And the coaching is bad. So it's like, okay, but it's like, I don't like Staley, you know what I mean, at all as a head coach. They need someone better. I don't know. It just seems like they're wasting but Herbert's prime. And Herbert might get this option to get 50, 60 million a year. But if I was Herbert, as much as I love the guys that I'm playing with, maybe there's a better option. And I would probably consider my option going somewhere else and not re-signing, because if Herbert can go somewhere else, there could be a better option. And I'm not sure if he's all about the money, but chances are Herbert will be a Charger for at least 10 years. And then if he wants to make a move on that next deal, the second big deal, then he'll maybe go. But fuck, at that time, if he stays with the Chargers, what are we going to get? Just one and dones for like that whole time until I pray that he goes somewhere good, So I'm not really a big fan of that as a fit, but I think as the games go on, it can't be any worse than what it was this year. You know what I mean? And their problem is an offense most of the time. I mean, Herbert was injured this year too with the cracked rib cartilage, remember? So it's not like he was really that, healthy to begin with. And you already know Eckler is, one of the best overall, running and receiving backs. And Keenan Allen's great. He's top 10. And Mike Williams is top 20 when he's healthy. And, you got Gerald Everett. He's, a top 15 tight end. So you got options. And then they have all those other receivers, X, Y, and Z after the big boys, Mike Williams and Keenan Allen. All those guys can play. So Kellen Moore at this point is like, he feels like he upgraded because he just went from, Dak to Herbert. But as far as Herbert, maybe this is good for your career, Kellen, until they fire you. But I mean, it's like you got to pair that up with the right pieces. Now, if they decide to fire Staley, and then all of a sudden here comes Sean Payton, and it's Sean Payton and Kellen Moore, then I like that. Then I'm like, ooh. Then I'm like, because the thing is Kellen Moore is like, listen, I want to do this. And then Sean Payton's like, shut the fuck up. I'm doing it this way. And then you're going to get the better play call. So that could be the scenario where maybe it could benefit him the most. And this is just me putting it out in the universe, that if Dallas isn't changing their coach, if you fire Staley, I guarantee Sean Payton would definitely strongly consider coaching Herbert. I mean, that's going to be one. I mean, you're not going to be able to get the Allen or Mahomes job or Burrow. So what's like the guy that could be a Hall of Famer but just needs a little bit of guidance? Perfect fit, Justin Herbert. So, Sims is crazy, dude. Yeah, but it's not like genuine to me. So it's just like all like, just trying to be the most outrageous and whatnot. It's, not genuine. It's just so many liars and fake people just trying to get a reaction. And I guess it just depends if you're smart enough to believe that they're, that this is just, bull jive, or if you're actually taking everything as like true to heart and whatnot. 36-30 Blazers. Oh, I get Monday Night Raw in 20 minutes. And I imagine we'll get a few people coming in here at some point a little bit later. Oh, up and under by Dame. That was a hell of a layup. That was awesome. Well, at least the Blazer game is on, so at least I have something to watch before Monday Night Raw. So what's Monday Night Raw right now for the people that are watching? Sarah, what is it? Is it bad still? I mean, it's almost over now. We have like main event, so I thought the Monday Night Raw was going to be good. I was like, oh, okay. But apparently, maybe it's not. Maybe it's straight bootios. Player of the week, Damian Lillard. It's like, dog was in the building, and I dropped 60 for him. My man, Dame Dalla. And he actually can rap. Like a lot of them try to rap and whatnot. And they're like, I'm an athlete and a rapper. But like Dame is actually the best one by far. Like if he ended his basketball career and did rapping, he could probably still make a somewhat of a living. I mean, especially if you have like Lil Wayne featured and stuff, people are going to buy it or listen to you just for the fact that you and Lil Wayne are associated with each other. A Dame Dalla foul, no call. Motherfucker. Well, I think at some point they're just going to fire Staley. Maybe he thinks he's going to be there, but he's definitely expendable. His decision-making is not very good in clock management. So I figure a lot of the losses is not necessarily maybe on the offensive side. It's usually on the defensive side. And they can't stop the run and the injuries and the curse. So something has to be changed on that side of the ball. And if you improve that side of the ball, I mean, that could be the huge difference, between keeping up with the Bills and Chiefs and the Bengals or falling behind and having to be that like uber sleeper team that comes out of nowhere. But I mean, once they figure that side of the ball out, but if they do, it might be too late and Herbert might be gone. I don't know. I mean, of course, if you're the Chargers, you're going to try to throw as much money in front of them, like 50, 60 million a year, and be like, all right, hopefully you love it here still. But I just want to see him with proper coaching, to be able to have a chance to kind of compete with Allen and Burrow and Mahomes' career. And of course, he's going to be the biggest underdog. But I mean, even if I could see him in like 1 or 2 AFC championship games and 1 Super Bowl appearance, 2 would be great, but realistically 1 before his career is over would be awesome. I mean, of course I would love to have a win, but even just to be able to see him get to there, just to have someone that we can be proud of as an Oregon Duck. And we usually don't have too many of them. So the Bandit. Dame is like, this motherfucker hit me in the head. Can you get me he's like, motherfucker, my head. Dame does get fouled a shitload. Like a lot of the games that I watch, he'll get, like raked and whatnot. And sometimes, you get fouled, and Dame's not really a flopper too. It's not like a LeBron status or anything like that. But yeah, he doesn't really get a lot of calls especially when he's aggressive going into the paint. Now, if it's like offensively initiated where you're the aggressor, I get it. But when you're going in there and they're fucking knocking the shit out of you, and it's like you're just on the ground looking up and they're still not calling it, that can get frustrating for any player. And I think a lot of superstars still go through that, where you're just like, what the fuck, man? You kidding me? Like this like, you get like someone reaching barely foul, and all of a sudden I get body slammed, and then they're like, nothing. They're like, oh, that was nothing. Yeah, but I'm interested to see what happens for sure. Oh, Dame. I got to throw a Dame photo up. Dame Dollar. The Dame Dollar. But whatever you guys want to go to, anything goes. So if you guys want to do food or whatever you guys want, I mean, anything is. I'm just chilling watching the Blazers. I'm going to switch it to Raw, maybe. I mean, I guess it just depends if it's worth me watching or not. And I could always continue the rest of this Blazer game, and then we're just going to chill and try to help people out with mental health. They want to come in and talk about the games. Usually you're not going to get too many complainers or troll people because they already know if they do it here, that might be the last conversation they have on here. So 43-38 Blazers. But whatever you're looking to, Sarah, you want to, like I said, we want to go any type of route, I'll let you guys decide. You guys can usually, like I said, after the first like hour or two, once we've already kind of gone through, the majority of the topics of the game, and there'll be other people coming in, and we can reestablish and go over the games over the weekend. But we can use this time to do whatever. It could be wrestling related, it can be anything related to what's going on right now. Yeah, getting big. Nice little playpen or nice little area. Got the hardwood floor. It's good. You got to have, like, if you just have straight carpet with a dog, that's tough. You got to have hardwood floor, hopefully, at any apartment or house. If you got the hardwood floor, so much better for the dog, with everything too. Especially if there's like some kind of accident, you don't want it to be like straight, like on the carpet. That's a no-go. 47-40 Blazers. Can we play defense sometime in the next century? Probably not. But our offense is pretty fun to watch. And with the Blazers, like, we're really unselfish. Like, when you watch teams that are like all one-on-one and it's like hella ball hog shit, and you're just like, okay, I get it. We have superstar players, but it's like, it's just nice to be able to see like a team that is actually like trying to play good basketball and like work the ball around. I hate seeing it where it's just like one or two guys and that's it. It's like, what the hell are the other three guys doing? Just running up and down the fucking court, back and forth for just nothing. That would be hella frustrating. It's like, it's just like, imagine if it's just like the guard and the guard in the center, or the guard and the shooting guard, and then the other three are just running up and down doing jack shit except for getting rebounds and just playing defense. That's how teams get frustrated, and they start fucking fighting and arguing and shit. Zach in the building. What to do? All right, the bandit. The bandit. The bandit boy. Yeah, bandit's getting big. Visit your local Toyota dealer to learn more. Reserve yours at Toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places. All right, let's look. Insurance can be complicated, but choosing the right dental plan for employees is easy. Let's take a look at the bandit. The bandit. Bandit getting big. The bandit is getting big. Nice, like, open area though, so that's good. You want to be able to make sure they have room to play and do their thing. It's awesome. How much is Bandit weigh now? Paisley's at like I don't know. They have like, you can go based off like the greenies and certain things. They do it based off like the weight and whatnot. But oh, hello, Brooke. But yeah, finally I was able to get the blueberry greenies. I've been looking for them for like, gosh, I don't know, like a month. It's like every time the people, when they get them, like the blueberry greenies are like the hottest ones because they smell the best, they taste the best. Obviously not for me, but for Paisley. And the regular ones are okay, but it's just a little bland. I mean, but it's like every time I go there, they never have them, or I have to go to like one size down for like a dog that doesn't weigh as much or whatever. But I don't know what it is. But the greenies, they're fucking making stacks on stacks. Like greenies are, as far as like dog treats, they make a fuckload of money. I'm telling you, man, because these bags cost like fucking $20 to $24 a piece with not that many pieces in there, 8 to maybe 14 pieces of these like, dog bone type things that are chewy and they're good for their teeth and their breath and whatnot. But I was like, man, but I try to spoil her and whatnot. And I got to visit my mom today, which was good. So got to spend time with her. Yeah, because you got to think if Sean Payton can get in there, he could keep Kellen Moore. He could fire him. He could. It just depends on if he feels that that's a good fit for him, or he could bring in one of his own guys, and then he could probably bring in some defensive guys too. That worked with him, and change things around. You know what I mean? So, I mean, like for example, like if down the road Sean Payton is there on the Chargers, right, and then all of a sudden like Dan Quinn, or not Dan Quinn, but Dan Campbell gets fired. From the Lions, that could be someone that you could bring in to bring in the energy and hold guys accountable for discipline. You just want to bring in energy guys and have guys that are held accountable, but they also have the injury curse. So they still have that, but I would like to see them with better defensive coordinator. And I would like to be able to see a little bit more discipline, and they can't stop the run. I mean, it's like, no matter how good their roster is, top 4 roster, all these names, Khalil Mack, but it's like they never can play with each other. It's like, how often do you get Joey Bosa, Khalil Mack, Derwin James, and Asante Samuel Jr. out there at the same fucking time? Like, it's like crazy. Like, it's very rare that you get all the superstars there together. So yeah, on paper it looks good, but in reality, you're only getting 1 or 2 of those guys a game most of the time because everyone's fucking injured all the time. 18. Nice. Yeah. Paisley was 5. Now she's like, I think 50 to 60. My girl. Love her. It's crazy how much I miss her now too. It's like she'll be gone just for a few hours, and I'm just like, I don't know. It's just that connection, It's like you got a connection. Like the looking into your dog's eyes and just all that time that you spend. It's a special thing. It definitely has made my my life so much better. I can't even imagine my life now without her in it. It's just, it's been every waking moment, and it's like, it's like having a little child. I mean, you have to really, and she's a talker too. So she's not one of those people where like a dog is like woo woo and then gives up. She fucking won't stop. She'll let me know if she pooed or peed or she's hungry, but it won't stop until you get up. Like it's like an alarm clock. So like, there is no like I roll over and she's like, oh, dad's sleeping, I'll leave him alone. Nope. Oh, missed alley-oop by the Blazers. Fuck. That was maybe Shaden Sharp. Damn it. But yeah, so she's always vocal, always noisy and loud, lots of personality, lots of love. But yeah, so there's no like, oh, as soon as I'm done, I can just sit on the couch and like relax. And you never know. She'll get by the window and to go outside. Does she want to bark? Does she need to take a shit? Does she want to, bark at a human or a squirrel or another dog? Yeah, a lot of work, but it's worth it if you have that connection. Plus, it's a good way for me to hold myself accountable because I need to exercise. She needs to exercise. I need music so I can knock out 2 birds in one stone. That we're all gonna exercise together, and I get my music in. So that way I'm not lacking that, because that's a really important thing for me. If I don't get that exercise and music every day, I'm fucked up. I'm not in a good like headspace. Like I'm not like I can be okay, but it just seems like things could be a lot better if I get that. And even if it's just like a couple old Ice Cube songs or E40 or whatever, just give me something, usually like the rock stuff will be listened to in the car. That's usually like the rock stations that I got on 94.7 and 105.9. So they'll have like 80s rock type stuff. And then they have like more like modern stuff, on those 2 channels. So it, just depends on the mood and whatnot, but But usually when I'm doing the walking, it's not really rock stuff. It's usually more like old school hip hop stuff. Well, Capella just Capella just got like 4 rebounds in a row and just got the last one and dunked it. 2 hands. Wow. That was incredible. Capella, that's great. Like, you ever see a guy that's just like a pogo stick and it's just like, okay, they miss it and then they jump up faster, get a rebound, shoot it, but it's not like, they're kind of midair, so it's not like a good trajectory, miss it again, and they jump up like 4 times in a row. That's what Capella just did. But then on the last one, he just went up with 2 hands and just fucking threw it down like Shaquille O'Neal. Like one of these. He's underrated as an athlete, Capella. 52-48 Blazers. I got 5 minutes until Raw starts. So what do we want to do? You guys have anything that you want to go over? Anything? It doesn't have to be until we get more people coming in. You guys let me know. I mean, otherwise I'm just going to chill, but I would rather work and watch the game rather than just sit here and watch the game and we'll wait for more people to come in. I'd rather work the whole 3 to 4 hour set, Keep me busy. Let me know what you want to see for photos. Regardless if you have donos or not, obviously there'll probably be some more and some people that might, drop in and, sometimes people don't show up in the first 2 hours. They show up in the last 2. Okay. That's exactly what I was thinking, but I just wanted to throw that out there. Might as well. It's always a good thing when things get a little slower and we get something to look at. And we just left. We teleported. Maybe that's where I want. But then really what the weather feels like right now is like this. It's fucking cold as shit. Like, we're not getting the snow and everything, but this is what it kind of feels like out here. I mean, it's very chilly. A lot of the temperatures, it's like in the 20s, 30s here, but you guys actually are getting the snow and the other stuff out there. There we go. A churro waffle. Yeah, sign me up. When in doubt, go to food. I don't know. I just don't like to sit and just, wait for people to show up. I mean, yeah, of course, everyone's just chilling. It's just like a freestyle stream. No one cares, if I'm sitting here and, watching TV or we're just chilling, occasionally or whatever. But I don't know. Maybe that's just my work ethic and nature in me. It's just, I'd rather be working and, putting in the effort than just sitting here. Of course, unless we get to a point where I got something intense, like some Monday Night Raw. So overall, is Monday Night Raw worth watching, or should I just watch the rest of this Blazer game, Sarah? Is there anything good on Monday Night Raw worth watching, or should I just watch it like later tonight when I'm done with the stream?
So whether you need help today or tomorrow, we'll be there. We're your Northwest Ford dealers.
This shit looks fucking bomb. This shit's a German waffle. Sign me up for this shit. This shit looks good. I don't mind if we go a little like, outside the box. Looks good to me. So not really worth watching. Fuck. Well, they dropped the ball. Triple H. What the fuck, man? How are you gonna have one of the most memorable Royal Rumbles ever, and then have a shitty Raw after? What? I'm gonna have to call Stephanie. Not Stephanie on speed dial. I'm gonna have to call her. Be like, what is going on here? But he's done a hell of a job. WWE is actually watchable. Shout out Triple H. Back to the food. 59-51 Blazers. Take that. But they don't even have Trey out there, so it's like, how can you even be that excited? But at this point, both our teams suck ass. That we just need fucking wins. Hawks are 25-25, so they're 8th. Blazers are 23-26 or 12th. Is that good? Is 12th place good? No, it's not. Terrible. We're fucking terrible. You know what's not terrible? Those pancakes. Good block by Anthony Simons. Rebound. Get up there, Nurk. God, Nerf is as soft as fucking toilet paper. Can you fucking play better than having your jersey made of Charmin toilet paper? Golly, guy is just so soft. He gets pushed around. I mean, I know some of the European players are soft, but goddamn, this guy is just fucking, should be Yusuf fucking Charmin Nurkic. I mean, it's just so soft out there. So soft. Not in a good way either. Soft toilet paper, good. Soft basketball player, no good. That's a nice camera view right there, courtside. Dame. Oh, a nice camera view, Root. They had like actually a courtside cam where you could actually watch him go in for the layup. That was awesome. More of that, please. I could go for one of these right now. Like an apple fritter. It's like me and Chris Farley with the apple fritters. Those are actually really bomb too if you haven't had one in a long time. Those really hit the spot. Fuck, last time I had one was like a year ago. $61-57 Blazers. Oh, give me some of that apple pie. Oh, big three by the Blazers. Take that. Nice job, Jeremy Grant. That's my dude. All right, we're 2 hours in. Probably go for another hour and a half, 2 hours, and then we'll see where we're at. Hopefully we'll get a few more people to come through, and then I'll spend some time with Paisley after we're done. Well, 64-60 halftime. So Raw is not worth watching. It's like starting right now. Should I watch it or? Well, now it's halftime, so I might as well click over. I mean, I'm not going to watch the fucking halftime report. Hey, we suck. Okay, back to you guys. You know, old school is on. Avengers Endgame. Okay, that's some. Oh my God, Cody Rhodes coming out. He's got a cool theme song. I was actually watching some Dusty Rhodes promos, and I saw like one with him and NWO. All right, Raw is on. I just can't. I mean, I got to judge for myself. But if people are telling me that it's bad, then it probably is. But still gonna watch. I'm still gonna watch it, even if it sucks, baby. I better have at least something. Yeah. They're like, this guy sucks, but now he's good in AEW and popular. Let's bring him back. Let's make him a stud now, even though that we had him on our roster for years. But he brings that energy, that natural energy. Some wrestlers, they don't got that juice. They got the other juice. All right, Cody Rhodes. Crab cake, good choice, brother. Yeah, let's do that. Good choices. There you go. Be active. Talk to me. You know what I'm saying? I got you. Good choice. All right, I'll hit you with the crab cake. Oh, ooh la la. That's some Gordon Ramsay shit right there. That looks good, huh? I could eat that right now. That would just be annihilated right there. Like 2 minutes gone. Probably not even that long. The you deserve it chance. There's a crab bite. Who would we rather see, though? Cody versus Roman or Roman versus Sammy at WrestleMania? That's the real question. That's the real question.
Every week there's someone new watching this show, so I'll go ahead and say it. I am not the same person I was when I started this journey over 15 years ago on this very show. I've thought a lot, though, about 19-year-old me, first day on the job, pulling up to this metal barn, Ohio Valley Wrestling. There's a sign on the door.
That crab cake looks bomb. There's an avocado Benedict right there. Booyah! Looks good. All right, I gotta figure out some food situation here. I'm smelling the food in the other room. I need to figure out pizza, fish sticks, or something. And I gotta figure that out, and then I'll be right back. Well, I still got Cody in the background, so I'll be able to hear. Let him know, Cody Rhodes.
All right, so if I could go back, if I could talk to 19-year-old me, if I could write him a letter, what would I say? What would it say? Would I tell him? I don't think it's gonna go down like that, Chief. Would I tell him that one night in London you're gonna get slapped so hard on live TV that your knees buckle? Would I tell him that you're going to be dashing Cody Rhodes and you're going to give out grooming tips? Would I tell him that you're going to win the Intercontinental Championship and restore it to its former retro glory? Would I tell him that you're going to paint your face and become less than? That triumph will become tragedy, will become triumph all over again. But I tell him, the woman on the outside of the ring who has been saying everyone's names all night, that ends up becoming your wife. But I tell him that you're going to lose a 295-pound best friend, but you're going to gain a 6-pound one back who has his same eyes. Would I tell him that you're going to be on fire at one point, that you're going to bleed all over the world? Would I tell him in 2015, you do what everybody tells you not to do? You take an excursion, and part of that excursion is fully focusing on the industry's health, and I ended up neglecting my own. All
right, oven is preheated.
2023,
They're going to
the Royal Rumble, you outlasted 29 others.
All right, Cody being Cody.
You punched a ticket, the very first in your family to punch this ticket to go on last under the brightest lights on the biggest damn stage at WrestleMania. Guys, truth be told, I wouldn't tell him a single thing. I wouldn't tell him a single thing because every little piece on this broken road, every splinter on this.
Damn, this banana macadamia one looks fire. Looks good. Yeah, I'm trying to find one that I can format, but most of them are kind of an awkward size, but they look good.
I come out here tonight, and I hear some of you singing the words to Kingdom. That's my song. It has gone everywhere with me. It will continue to do so. But the first words on that track are my own, and that is where I say, wrestling has more than one royal family.
That looks good. I won't lie. I like pancakes a lot. Like I feel I don't eat them enough, and I'll never get sick of them. And I think I would, I love waffles and crepes and everything else, but I think if I had my choice, fresh, whatever, I think I'm going pancake first. I just love them. I don't know, something from that being a child, and I didn't have them that often, but whenever I did, I always remembered. And it's kind of hard to fuck up a pancake, but I mean, it's possible.
I have to stand across from the tribal chief, the head of the table. I have to stand across from essentially the LeBron James of this generation of superstars and wrestlers, the biggest superstar on the planet, a man who has had the title for 800 and something days. I have to stand across from Roman Reigns.
This one looks kind of good too. This was a banana pecan alternative one. This one looks kind of good too. It's all about what you add to the meal. The extra stuff you add takes that meal to the next level. We got the Roman sucks chant.
I'm sure you can hear it. I have a great deal of respect for Roman, and I am talking sincerely, but what I say next, I say it with the same sincerity. WrestleMania is in 62 days. Roman, that might just be 62 days for you. It is 62 days for the rest of my life. At WrestleMania, undesirable has already become undeniable, but undeniable remains unclaimed.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I can eat. I mean, I'll eat something now, and then who knows? Late at night, I have bacon and stuff. Sometimes I'll make bacon like it'll be like midnight or 1 a.m. I'll still be up, and I don't know. I'll get a craving for something, and sometimes I'll go to sleep late. It just depends if I'm hanging out with Paisley or not. So. All right, I'm gonna stick with Raw, but obviously it's just build up.
It's the WWE Undisputed Universal Champion. The mission statement is clear. Cody Rhodes,
Oh, nice. See, I learned something new today. Dude, I saw a Simpsons episode when they were in Nolans. It's kind of funny that you bring that up. And they were talking po' boy this, po' boy that. And I was watching that just right before I started. What's up? The timer went off? Okay. All right, I gotta put my food in. Shrimp po' boy. I mean, if I went to Nolans in Louisiana, you best believe that's all I would be doing. They'd be like, oh, sightsee. Like, yeah, I will, but I'm going to eat first. And I probably wouldn't stop eating. The Judgment Day. I like that faction. All right, let's see here.
Cody, I'm a little confused. Are you returning this time to do something original? Or are you just going to knock off all my old stuff just like you done before?
And on top of that, he ruined the Judgment Day's plans at the Rumble. Mommy Rhea did what she was supposed to do, and she won the Women's Royal Rumble match. And later tonight, all of you will have the honor
Let's go.
to listen and hear Joey who her opponent for WrestleMania is. But I was supposed to win the Men's Royal Rumble match.
Hey, Damien, speaking of the Rumble, I wonder what happened to Rey Mysterio that night that he couldn't make it to the ring.
But I did.
Well, look, you were there to find his mask.
I did. And And you know what? You know what, Cody? You put your hands on me. And you ruined my moment at the Rumble. But you know what? You know what would have happened to you if you did that in prison? Huh? You wouldn't be standing here right now. You would have got.
Dominic should be the only multi-generational superstar to main event WrestleMania. Now some suck-up that gets his way whenever he wants. No, look at Rhea Ripley, entered number 1. Outlasted 29 other women and won the whole thing. She guaranteed she earned a spot at WrestleMania, unlike you, the Golden Boy. Of course, you get handed number 30. Dominic, how the hell does that even happen?
You know what? It doesn't even matter. Because, Cody, you owe me now. Yeah. And you owe me an apology for what you did last night and for ruining my moment.
Hold on.
All right, I got pizza in there.
Dom, I don't want to run the risk of pissing you guys off, but Dom, I have to ask you, are you trying to scare me straight? That what's going on? You know, this could be very different. I mean, I even mentioned the royal families, the Mysterios, the Rhodes. I have an immense amount of respect for your father.
Yeah, respect for my dad. Yeah. You know what? That's really funny because I don't have any respect for my dad. You know what? As a matter of fact, I don't have respect for anybody's dad here, especially your dad.
Okay.
I have to go down the pool boy thing now.
I think I get this, right?
I have to go back and look. Sausage something. I don't know. I have to go look. This one is called a Nyland style roast beef debris po' boy. Like it's like some roadkill. Hey, looks good to me. I got all kinds of names for all these. Ooh. Shrimp au durée po' boy. Oh, this one looks insane. Fucking A, dude. This is the one I want. Look at this next one. Holy shit. What is this? Whatever this is, I need this. So you go here. That looks good. That one, right? But then this one. Oh, shit. Give me that. That looks incredible. I would get so fat in Nolans. I'd probably be like 50 pounds heavier after like a week of eating, probably, or 2. Oh my God, I'm in heaven. I'm in love. Oh my God, look at that. I'm a sucker for ingredients and good ingredients and homemade bread and just like all the love that goes in to making something spectacular. Man, that looks good. Ziggler? Seth freaking Rollins versus Chad Gable. Why is Rollins going against Gable? He needs to go against someone better than that. Let me some Seth Rollins. Must see TV. Oh, yeah. That looks good. Grilled shrimp po' boy. Ooh, this one looks good too. Oh, rated R superstar. Edge. No, that one's not. Wanted to be difficult. Hi, Paisley. I love you. Hi. Daddy loves you so much. Yeah. Seriously. It's crazy. It's like, to me, he's the biggest superstar. Like, I mean, I feel like you put him in like Roman's role, he would gain more popularity, I feel, for WWE and kind of bring it, he's a character himself, but hopefully he gets a chance to have at least one or two more big runs before his career is over. It's just like they're wasting his talent. And he's so committed to the brand, he's never going to go to AEW. He's either WWE or nothing. And then he can do a podcast or, obviously he's going to try to wrestle as long as Becky Lynch is wrestling. And it seems like they're going to be both in the limelight for quite a while, but we'll have to wait and find out. Seth Rollins in AEW, though, my God, that'd be a game changer. You get a lot of WWE fans following if that happened. All right, I gotta delete some of these photos.
Hi again, America. Since we all love M&Ms, and let's face it, me, it only makes sense that I am renaming America's favorite chocolate candies Ma and Yas. Ma and Yas. It's a play on my name.
Because your lives are forever entwined.
All right, so we're done with that. That's done. Judgment Day came out. Now looking at Po' Boys and things that look good. So we're going down this avenue. And hopefully we'll get a few more people to kind of come through. And in the meantime, I'm going to eat food and stare at food.
That's what my grandpa used to play. When our hearing didn't allow us to use a regular phone, it made us feel isolated.
It became difficult to communicate with our friends and family.
Clear captions was an easy solution for us.
Yeah, teriyaki chicken.
Caption on a phone, like captioning on your TV, so you can see what the caller is saying live.
I mean, I just love everything.
Easy to understand and respond immediately.
I'm so open, you know what I mean? I got friends of like all ages, of all races, so I'm always open for any type of culture, different type of option. Because you never know if you're just going to be closed-minded and you never give something a chance. You never know where you might end up like really loving something. Like it could end up being like your new favorite meal. Like even though you do the tacos and the pizza and burgers, but sometimes being a little adventurous and trying something. It's not even really being adventurous. It's just fucking trying. If it doesn't taste good, then don't do it again. That looks amazing. Sign me up for that shit.
Your vape can make you feel stressed, anxious. Your vape can make you feel stressed, anxious. Or vaping nicotine can increase feelings of stress and anxiety. So if you're vaping to help your stress, you could be caught in a loop and making it worse. Vaping nicotine. It's a breath of stress air. See for yourself. breathofstressair.com.
Yeah, that segment was a little too long for Cody, but they have to build it up, give him his time to shine and, give him his moment, All right, I don't know. What is Seth Rollins next?
Welcome back, folks, and look who arrived here in Tulsa, Oklahoma earlier today. Last week retaining his United States Championship at Raw 30. Later, he's going to fight
Austin Theory. I don't know if anyone thinks anything about Austin Theory.
He'll also be out in the VIP lounge with MVP. And how about this breaking news? It has just been made official. Cody Rhodes was looking for a fight, and Finn Balor of the Judgment Day.
Cody Rhodes and Finn tonight. Okay, that would be okay. Is that main event? Burn it down. The only thing that's must-see TV in WWE, Seth Rollins. AJ Styles normally is too, but Seth has more charisma and he's better on the mic. It's like they do the OOO for Becky and for Seth, just in different tones.
super qualifying match. Introducing first from Davenport, Iowa, weighing in at 225 pounds,
Seth freaking Rollins.
He all smiles on the surface, but I caught up with him earlier today. What's bothering Rollins
Whoa.
isn't that he didn't succeed Saturday night. It's that Rollins is terrified of not having a path for WrestleMania, much like last year. Seth feels like he took his eye off the ball at the Rumble, and he has to make things right on his own, starting tonight. What an opportunity this will be for him this evening. Now, folks, save your family or save your money. Make the choice. Don't miss Snuff at the Cabin. Only theaters Friday. If I was in any sort of danger and having this sort of scenario, I would want the number one guy, Otis, watching my back. And this is a huge qualifying match, the winner of which will be one of 6 to enter the Elimination Chamber, one of the most brutal, sadistic matches ever conceived. It certainly is. 2 weeks from Saturday, we head to Montreal, Quebec for the Elimination Chamber. And a chance as United States champion Austin Theory. Massive prize here as we go one-on-one with Seth Rollins and Chad Gable. The opportunity here really cannot be overstated if you're Chad Gable or Seth freaking Rollins for that matter. Realizing that there is still a relatively clear path to the showcase of the Immortals that runs through the Elimination Chamber is as close as you can get to actually winning the Royal Rumble match itself. That's a guaranteed golden opportunity. This is about the next best thing. And what you said, Corey, that the mentality of Seth freaking Rollins after the Royal Rumble says a lot about the winner that he is. Focusing on this next path to WrestleMania. Again, Seth was mostly disappointed in himself, telling me earlier that he feels he took his eye off the ball, and that's why he's not in WrestleMania. He's going so ambushed, getting himself by Logan Paul at least 37 minutes, Seth, in the Royal Rumble match. And that's just the nature of the beast, KP. It doesn't matter who eliminates you, it's that you're not the last man in the ring. Oh, look, it's right on show now. Chad Gable, who can win early. Take that play wrong. Obviously, the magnitude of this opportunity is not lost on Chad Gable. Coming out of the gate strong, continuing to push the pressure on Rollins. Here comes Gable. Down goes Rollins. Great move from the apron. Chad Gable choking Rollins back inside. It sent the urgency that Gable's feeling tonight. Non-stop motion, one attack after another. Now, from the top, nails the headbutt. Connects with Rollins, hooks the leg for the victory early, and kick out again by Rollins. Can Rollins get back in this?
Overactive bladder, or OAB, can change your world, like going hiking. Just to hike to the bathroom. Reaching for the bar. Just to reach for pads. Waiting for the sunset. Just to wait for the stall. Discover Gemtesa, a once-a-day pill proven to reduce all 3 key symptoms of OAB: leakage episodes, urgency, and frequency in adults.
Do not take if you have a known allergic reaction to Gemtesa or its ingredients. Tell your doctor right away if you're unable to empty your bladder or if you have a weak urine stream. Tell your doctor if you're taking medicines that contain digoxin or if you have liver or kidney problems. Side effects may include headache, common cold symptoms, diarrhea, nausea, urinary tract, and upper respiratory tract infection.
Ask your doctor about Gemtesa. More time here, less time there.
At Domino's, next time you order 2 medium, 2 topping pizzas for $6.99 each, you could be in for a shock. Because Domino's is now delivering pizza with new electric vehicles across the country. With hundreds of EVs on the road today and hundreds more to come. It's good.
All right, I had to get my food.
And better for the planet.
Oh, show you chicken is the best. We got a couple places here that do the show you chicken pretty damn well, actually. Like that one Hawaiian spot that I go to does the show you like really good. There's another place that tries to do it, but they're not the same. They're like kind of like they're trying to be the big boys, but yeah, show you chicken's so good. That's actually usually my go-to when I go there. And I'll do 2 mac, 1 rice, but then sometimes I want to do 2 rice, 2 mac. I feel like only doing 1, you're missing out. You know what I mean? If I only get 1 mac, I'm missing out. If I get 2 rice or 2, I don't know. I just feel like you need 2 and 2 is the right amount. But I like the shredded shoyu chicken. They have like the big pieces here, but I'm trying to find like a what. Because like when I get it, it's like shredded. Huh, Paisley? She's like, I don't care. I want your food, Dad. Yeah, most of these pieces that they have are like before they're like shredded up. Shredded is the best. See if I can find at least somewhat of an example like this. If I'm gonna eat the shoyu, I'm gonna go like this. Chris Lee knows best. Everyone in prison for tax evasion and other things like that. I want it like that. But obviously when you have it like in a plate, you know, or they have it in a to-go box and whatnot. So, all right, we got Seth Rollins. I'm going to eat a couple of pieces of bites of pizza, and then you guys let me know where you want to go. And then hopefully we'll get a few more people. Kind of slow night, but, you know, you never know when people will show up. Things can always be slow. Then all of a sudden we can have 1 or 2 people show up, and then it ends up turning into a slower stream to an entertaining stream. So sometimes you just got to stick it out, and you never know who's going to show up. They can make a difference.
Wicked dragon screw out of the corner. Rollins is hurt. Ripping the tendons and ligaments from the knee of Rollins. Quite simply, the human anatomy not meant to bend in that direction. Gable from the top. Moonsault. Nobody home. Rollins sticks the loop.
Oh, this pizza is good. White sauce, too, with the sausage. Oh, this is good.
Rollins may have overexerted himself trying to deliver the buckle bomb. Gable's down. Both men with significant time to recover to get back into this battle. Look at the impact in the corner right between the shoulder blades of Gable, and Rollins collapsing immediately.
Sounds wonderful. Yeah, what a blessing to be able to grow up in Hawaii. You don't know any different. Like, that's just what you're used to. It's like beautiful views and great food.
Gable barely able to escape out the back door. Rollins writhing in agony, clutching at his left knee that Gable has focused his attacks on. For most of this matchup, there you see the massive number.
I should start eating earlier, but sometimes, you're busy, right? It takes time to get things set up. But at least I got Seth Rollins going here.
Rollins wants to stop. Looking for pedigree, perhaps. Gable can turn it around. Jack Gable's shoulders are down now. Rollins' turn. Gable wants to turn it around again.
Is that the worst part of the country right now? You're doing the Ryan Hall, y'all.
Shoulder was so bad from the visitor. Tremendous display of heart and guts from Rollins. Now you can see frustration beginning to wear on the face of Gable after executing a spectacular cliffhanger DDT.
Paisley smells the food. She's like, it smells good.
Rollins keeps his elimination chamber hopes alive. Again, Rollins wants more than anything to avoid a repeat of last year, where he had no clear path through WrestleMania. This year it could run through the elimination chamber, but Gable would live to play spoiler once again. Look at the power. Big Elbow locks Gable for that. Enzuigiri, no caught. Kick that in midair. Gable wants the ankle lock. What a technician Chad Gable is. A world-class submission specialist. Seth Rollins beginning to fade. Kicking out Seth Rollins. Gable still has a hold of the ankle. A superhuman amount of torque on the ankle of the architect. Rollins in trouble here. Oh, Seth Rollins turns it around. Kick out, won't score. What a match we have here. And Gable yet again just snatching Rollins out of the air. Ankle lock applied. So intelligent, so tactical as Chad Gable. Wow! Wow! Rollins pedigree! Clutches the knee. Can he finish it off? Can he get there? Push through the pain. Rollins go.
Rollins wins. Well, that was good. I needed that. Well, hopefully we'll get a few more people coming through. Where do we want to go food-wise? We want to continue down the food. Let me delete some of these other ones, make some more room. I figured we'd have a few more people coming through on a Monday, but you know, you never know. It's a kind of a toss-up. No, Elimination Chamber. Good choice.
Showcase of the Immortals. Last win for Seth Rollins to kick off Monday Night Raw. And coming up, Candice LeRae was took out the Royal Rumble match by Io Sky. The Brooklyn Poison Pixie looks for revenge.
Candice LeRae and Io Sky next. Yeah, so I can definitely see the vibe on how the show is going. It's just, you know, not really a whole lot from what happened and stuff, like trying to just restart the storyline and kind of starting from ground zero. But I don't know, they could have did it maybe a little bit better. I definitely gonna get some Mexican food probably tomorrow. Taco Tuesday, baby. Loaded mac and cheese at Arby's, huh?
Hi again, America. Since we all love M&Ms, and let's face it, me, it only makes sense that I am renaming America's favorite chocolate candies Ma and Yas. Ma and Yas. It's a play on my name.
What's it like on the speed at power of Cricket 5G?
Coconut oil, that's good.
The Scottish Warrior.
Yeah, when's the re-up part coming up? Do I have to wait a while?
More power. Supersonic rock. Strapped to the legs.
I'm definitely going to go on a walk later, though.
Fast and powerful nationwide 5G on all plans.
Getting cold, but I went to the dispensary, so I got some things to try out.
Can we get a puppy, Mom? Girls, pets are a big expense.
Maybe try switching your car insurance to Progressive.
They got the Family Matters dad now on all the commercials
Thanks, TV Dad.
for Progressive.
We'll think about it, okay?
Look what I found.
I wish TV Dad was always in charge.
Listen to your TV Dad. Drivers who switch and save with Progressive save nearly $700 on average.
Now all these burritos is like all like they're like tiny. You know, it's like, come on, man. I need something bigger, right? Right? I need like this, like, you know, I need like that monster breakfast burrito. All those other ones are child's play. Look at that for a little bit.
Are you a cancer victim who used the weed killer Roundup?
Did you know that billions of dollars have been set aside to pay victims of serious illness caused by Roundup? I'm Bob Goldwater of the Goldwater Law Firm. If you or a loved one were diagnosed with non-Hodgkin's lymphoma after being exposed to glyphosate, the main ingredient found in the weed killer Roundup, you may be entitled to significant financial compensation. Call us right now for a free case review.
Call 800-926-0082.
The World Health Organization has designated glyphosate a probable human carcinogen. Thousands of agriculture workers and users may have been exposed to serious health risks using this dangerous product. You could be owed significant compensation from the manufacturer. If you or someone you love used Roundup and were diagnosed with non-Hodgkin's lymphoma or another form of cancer, call us right now for a free case review. We don't get paid unless you do.
Call 800-926-0082.
What's it like? Always knowing the truth. I could just tell.
All right. All right, now I feel better. Yeah, but definitely Raw is coasting. It's nothing really like that exciting. Definitely we're 40 minutes in and I'm like, haven't really been anything exciting yet. Really. Not like a typical Raw after a big pay-per-view. Hi, Paze. I love you.
The Royal Rumble and Mikey will never forget from San Antonio, Texas. The following contest is scheduled for one fall.
Honey.
Dakota Kai, she's one half of the WWE Women's Tag Team Champions, Damage Control, Io Sky. Tell you what, Io Sky and Damage Control are doing all they can to grind the gears of Candice LeRae. It was Io Sky who eliminated Candice LeRae in the Royal Rumble match. The history goes all the back to Candice burst onto the scene here on Monday Night Raw. Io Sky, of course, one half of the Tag Team Champions. There's a tag team partner, Dakota Kai.
Well, hopefully this match is halfway decent.
This past Saturday night. Who knows how that develops, but tonight it is all about Io Sky one-on-one.
Oh, here we go. There we go. Like if you're actually, looking at options, this is what they need to be doing for menus. Let me see what it actually is going to look like if I'm going to go eat at your spot. Like this is like the best photo ever. Yeah, I mean, like I said, it seems like it's been like that. I mean, if we didn't get that big dono from Shep, I would be way behind the 8-ball this month. It seems like it's, things have drastically gone in the opposite direction, but I just have to keep grinding, keep having faith. And as long as we keep busy and I'm streaming for a good chunk of the month, it should make up for some of the slow days. But definitely we don't have the luxury of taking like a week off, we're not in that type of mode. So unless something is, mental health or something, then we're going to do what we got to do. But yeah, like I said, I'm just, anything I can do to, but at this point, just kind of chilling. I'm watching Monday Night Raw. I'll throw up some photos of some food, anything that we get, unless we get someone coming in and, we'll see if we get any of the goats to come through and say what's up. And then usually all it takes is one or two and then we're right back there. So it's that's just, you never know, like I said, it's not just like a necessarily guaranteed thing every day. You don't really know, who will show up or, where we're going to go, but we can always touch on, different subjects and whatnot. So maybe I'll go here, and this will bring some good juju. We'll go here. This will bring the Jew to the juju. All right, this Buccaneer vest is it's getting too hot in here. So burritos.
You must sacrifice one of the three of you to prevent the apocalypse.
This is delusional.
It's time. Make him choose. Rated R.
Can't wait to see that. Tia Star continues to work on Candice LeRae. Wisely backed Io into the corner, attempting to break Io's grip. Very painful submission hold. Dan is able to create a little separation. And again, credit to Io Sky for constantly soldiering forward toward her opponent. Now Io wisely roll to the outside. Keep your eyes on me, Chin, Mia Yim. You can't trust her. On a drop kick. Io Sky flattened by Candice LeRae. Glad you agreed with me, Kevin Patrick. You can't trust Mia Yim. Not at all. Io picking up speed. Oh my God! It almost went awry, but what impact! The genius of the sky. Io Sky making it look easy. If me Chin can only watch out.
Yeah, that's what makes it good. You know what I mean? Like I don't give up, bro. A lot of times people would just get so discouraged and just, you have to be so mentally tough to be able to do this, especially, even if you have a good thing going, sometimes, people will judge, unfairly based off subs or people in the room or people not in the room. But, bottom line, if you already know about this community, we're already, so much different than most. And, eventually it'll catch on, but sometimes you'll have slow nights. That's all right. But, most of the time, even if we have slow nights, we'll still have people coming through to save the day. So all I can do is just grind every day. And then, you never know what's going to happen. And as long as I put in the maximum effort, I felt like I did a lot of good things today and, try to put Paisley first, go, visited my mom and whatnot. You just got to be able to let everything kind of fall into place. Some days are going to be great. Some days are going to be not so great, but then, you never know. You'll sometimes get surprised by crazy things like Shepherd with some crazy $1,300 dono. I mean, if you have one of those, that pretty much covers what, like $100 stream for 13 days. So he pretty much covered it for like 2 weeks. So even if we did shitty for a few days, we'd still have that. So, you always have to look at it like that. Some days will be good and some won't be, but I have fun every show I do. It just gets a little bit more, it goes faster when you have more people. You have more engagement from different personalities, then time flies. But when there's less, it's a little bit more of a grind, but I always have fun no matter what. Plus I got Monday Night Raw. I got the Blazer game. Oh, I should check up on the Blazer game. Yeah. So far Monday Night Raw, boo, not very good so far. I'm kind of like, it's like a 5 right now. So whatever you said earlier, you were spot on. Not that exciting. Just like, it's like, I guess it's on, but like, is there any good matches? Like even Seth Rollins versus Gable. I mean, could we have a better opponent, but all right. I think I'm going to watch the rest of the Blazer game. That'll probably, and I can always go back and watch the Raw later. I don't know. I'll go back and forth. All right. Back to Raw. It's a commercial.
File your taxes today at Jackson Hewitt. You could get up to
All right.
$500 the same day with a no-fee refund advance loan from Jackson Hewitt.
Yeah. Sometimes that's also good. You know what I mean? People can drink, people can smoke, people can just chill. Like it doesn't have to be like everything in 1 second. Sometimes you just take it easy, relax. Whatever happens, happens, Oh, man, you did? Oh, uh-oh. Ooh, that was a big spot right there, but she hung on to the ropes. That would have been a big spot for Io Sky, but then they're trying to do a power bomb there. That probably would have, Candice LeRae's back would have probably exploded. So what would you say based on up to the point before you stopped, right? And you turned it off. What would you have said that the channel was? like as far as like a grade level for the actual show. A 1 to 10, like a 5, like one of the worst Raws ever after a pay-per-view. Like, what are they thinking? But man, if that's the one thing that we have to complain about, I think I'm okay with it. All right, Candice LeRae is going up to the top. I have to turn the fan on. It's time for the fan. I like the cool air. Cool air is good. When I don't feel the cool air, not as comfortable. Oh, wow. 5. That's bad. So it pretty much stayed a 5 for the whole 3 hours. That's brutal. Brutal. But I'm still watching. I'll watch back and forth with the Blazer game, I guess. All right, what's the Blazer score? 102-94. We got 10 minutes left, so I still can watch the rest of the Blazer game and then check back. All right, we're by, what are we at, by 8? All right, this will be more exciting for me anyway, so it's like garbage Monday Night Raw or watching my home team play basketball. Rebound, there we go. All right, now at least it'll be a little engaged now. I'm going to go over some photos while we just chill. 104.94. There we go. Rip City, Blazers, baby. Let's go. Good old Buc-ee's. Looks delicious. Pulled pork or brisket? Yes, please. I would take that over a hamburger. I mean, I love hamburgers like a lot. But, I mean, if you haven't had something like that in a long time, look at the bun. Even the buns on both of those look incredible. And that's a part of it. It's not just like the protein with the brisket and the pulled pork. It's like you got to have a good bun with that. And lightly crispy. God, that looks amazing. That looks like literally 10 out of 10. Either one. There's no wrong answer there. Bengals OC. Yeah, there'll probably be 3 or 4 candidates. Oh, burnt ends. So who, if you had your number one choice, who would it be? D'Amico Ryans, even though he's going to Houston. But if you could have one guy, would that be it? $106.97 Blazers. Yeah, I saw Simpsons with the Nolans cuisine, so we can always go gumbo. And they had a little skit where Homer's like, naming off, and they show like the animation of like each plate, and he goes off for like 30 or 40 of the most famous things that they're known for. Yeah, everything looks so good, even in cartoon form. I was like, damn, I need to go. And then Eagles John brought up the Po' Boys. I've never had one, and if I was going to have one, I would want to have one from there first. Callahan. And is that because you know that you have no chance at D'Amico? But what if D'Amico wasn't going to Houston? Would that change? Shit looks delicious. Like living in Oregon, we get a lot of different types of, import people that come through and kind of show off what they have available. I just like to be able to have options. I don't want to eat the same type of thing half of the week. I want to really switch it up if I can, but. Shit looks awesome with all the spices and everything too. But I would assume if he was available, you'd put him ahead of Morris at least. If you like the other two guys ahead of him. I mean, we already know how good D'Amico is. I mean, as long as the guys don't get fucking hurt. All right, we got about an hour to go. Hopefully we'll get a few more people to come through. And in the meantime, anything that you want to touch on, anything you want to see pictures of or anything, just let me know. And otherwise, I'm just going to watch Blazers, watch Raw, and then we'll go from there. We can always turn it up tempo once we get, more people. But, right now we're just chilling. Looking at some gumbo. $111-103 Blazers. Out of bounds Blazers. All right, Blazers, come on now. They don't have Ice Tray out there. We cannot lose to the Hawks at home when they don't have their star player out there. Come on now. We're only up by 8. Rebound. Fuck. Really? Yeah, Cardinals are a mess. I mean, there's just certain franchises that are a mess. At least if, a lot of them are just maybe not as desirable. At least the Colts is probably the most desirable out of all the coaching spots. So at least you got that going for you. I mean, a lot of the other teams that have openings, it's like, I guess I'll take it. But it's not like, oh my gosh, it's not like a Dallas Cowboy or Charger opening, which obviously would be the top of the list if you could get it whenever it's available. But it might take a coach or two before you find the right one. But I guess it can't be any worse than what you had. Got to be able to make a change. All right, we're up by 8. How much time left? 7:03 left.
Elimination Chamber is from the album Dominion, Day of the Destiny, available right now on Apple
Is he?
and Spotify.
There's probably going to be a crazy trade that happens within the first 15 picks too. I mean, there's definitely going to be teams that are reaching. Yeah, hopefully it's not. If the Colts reach, hopefully they don't give up too much if they want to solidify a spot. Oh, they're just doing recaps of last night. Well, I guess they have to do that too because some people, I guess, don't have Peacock. But it's just gosh, I mean, if it's $5, I mean, I guess if you're a little kid, it's one thing. But $5? Can't swing $5 to watch a pay-per-view. I mean, shit, I was paying $50 at pay-per-view back in the day. 60, $5. But good to have Pat back. Oscar. I like the face paint. Very cool. Nia Jax. And I guess that she's full-time now is what they were saying that I read this morning. She's not a one-time appearance. Like, she's actually working with the company now. So just a matter of time before someone gets hurt again. They're like, Nia, don't hurt anybody. She's like, okay, I won't until next week. I mean, I get it. Everyone deserves to be able to have an opportunity to make money. And, you know, if she's got that, you know, that type of, you know, wrestling build, it's unique, you know, could be a big force, but you don't want people getting hurt, though. People being reckless. I've actually seen some stuff of her on my timeline. Old matches and stuff have been coming up through some of the wrestling things I follow. They always post old pictures and old matches. It's cool. Ripley, baby. All right, Ripley's coming out. Big fan. She's good, and good because it's not like, you know, the same type of Charlotte Flair, same type of Bianca Belair, you know, kind of more goth, more dark, but just as entertaining as those two. You know what I mean? They made the right decision. If someone's going to get a push, there's no doubt that this is, you know, based off like size and actually moves and skill set. You know, there's other wrestlers that have a big build, you know what I mean? But they're not as polished as her. She's polished. Like, she's got it, you know? And hopefully she'll have a title run at some point. She deserves it.
Chance to make even more at the showcase of the Immortals at SoFi Stadium in Hollywood. The question is, who will Rhea Ripley be facing at WrestleMania?
Okay, Ripley on the TV. Buddy Matthews.
Without my Latino being my dom-dom and the Judgment Day crew. But I really just wanted all the attention on me. 2 nights ago, I disrupted the status quo. I did the unthinkable. I went the distance. I came in here at number 1.
Hell yeah. Number 1. And we'll remember that too. That's how you make someone dominant.
And now, I get to choose whichever champion I want to face at WrestleMania.
I don't know who she chooses because I didn't look or whatever. I didn't look at the thing, but I think if she chooses Charlotte, that's going to be the better match. That seems like it would be more of a fit between those two wrestlers, but besides her and Bianca Belair doing like the kind of like muscles type of match. So if it was me, I would do Charlotte Flair, but I don't know. They've already announced it. So, but I just feel like on looking at what would be more exciting to me And it would definitely be with her and Charlotte. So we'll see if I'm right. But if they do Bianca Belair, it'll be good still, but just not as good as Charlotte. See if my ESP is right.
I challenge her to a match at WrestleMania. And she put me in my place. You know, the funny thing about
I gotta delete
Charlotte,
some of these photos.
she's always somehow in the title picture. She's always at the top of her game. And I hate to give her the credit, but she seems to get better each and every year.
Yeah, Charlotte is good.
The normal flow here in the WWE is that Charlotte Flair is at the top.
Yep, it's true.
But I'm the disruptor. I don't like the natural flow. I don't like the normal formula. And I don't like things being overplayed. So, Charlotte, I advise you to enjoy everyone rising and bowing down to the Queen. Because they're about to rise to Rhea Ripley.
Okay.
At WrestleMania, I put you in your place.
There we go. That's a better match, just based off athleticism and what they would be able to do, chemistry. It just would make sense. It would be her and Charlotte. Good for them. That was the right one. Now, would they actually give the belts to Sammy and KO if that would happen, though? Or are they just going to get their ass kicked?
Wow is right. Rhea Ripley challenging Charlotte Flair for the SmackDown Women's Championship at WrestleMania. But before we get to WrestleMania, we have to talk about Elimination Chamber. We can't talk about Elimination Chamber without bringing in my guest this time, Seth freaking Rollins.
Oh, Seth freaking Rollins. It's my dog.
Let's talk about tonight. Let's talk about Oklahoma.
Yeah, but the best option they had for him was Chad Gable.
I'm going to beat 5 other dudes inside that chamber. I'm going to take the United States title back from Austin Theory.
That's the best Seth Rollins right there.
WrestleMania, Los Angeles. Let's go.
Well, Seth, I have to ask, at Royal Rumble, there's been a lot of chatter ever since.
Yeah.
Logan Paul eliminating you. Can I get comments?
Oh, they brought the Logan Paul thing up. Dude, if Logan Paul actually goes against Seth, I mean, it's like disrespectful. I mean, I know Logan Paul is an athlete, and whatnot, but I mean, come on, man. You get him to wrestle someone else, not the best in the company. But of course, people would be watching. They just do Seth dirty. I mean, the guy's so good, and they just treat him like he's like IC level or lower. It's just weird, All right, Johnny Gargano versus Baron Corbin up next. Yeah, but definitely it's been kind of a 5-ish type of thing. All right, what do we got next? All right, 119, 114 Blazers. We're up by 5 with 3:19 to go. Goats, where are you? We're waiting. Hang out with your boy. We're waiting. All right, Dame's got 38, 9 for 18, 5 for 11 from 3. I think he's perfect from the line. What did they say? 15 for 15? Come on, Dame. Let's go, baby. I gotta watch the rest of this, and then I'll go back to wrestling. Same time. Yeah, my favorite. And he's from Iowa. Tyler Black. Dame time. 119, 114 Blazers. Come on, we suck. I need to get a dub here. If we lose again, it'll be like the 11th matchup I've watched while we've been streaming that they've lost. 11th or 12th. I think I've lost all 10. This would be 11, but we're up by 5, so we should be able to win this. But then I go in person with Preston, we win. Dame was 60. I go with Justin, we win against the T-Wolves. But for whatever reason, I watch them on TV, then they just suck. But maybe that'll change today.
What's happening in the new NBA app? What isn't happening? Watch this. This is can't stop, won't stop, stop it. Beat up to speed at the speed of all access to all the above. That's all it is. Big stops, bigger shots, passes behind the back to kicks behind the scenes. In every moment in between. Because if it's happening, it's happening in the new NBA app.
All right, we got 50 minutes to go. We're at the last leg. Now we just got to hope that we get some people to come through. Otherwise, I'm just going to watch Raw and the Blazers, and anything that you want to bring up, news-wise, anything that you want to see, just let me know, and we'll go from there. 3:10 left. A little two-man game with Dame. Dame driving, bank shot too hard, in and out. Rebound back out to the Blazers. Hart. Jeremy Grant, back to Dame. Dame isolation, 1-on-1, 1-on-2, fadeaway, no good. 2:50 left, and now the Hawks are on a fast break. Get back, Dame. Oh, shit. Off the Blazers. Come on, Dame. When is the Daytona or the Clash at the? Not the Clash at the Castle, but the Busch Light Clash. Like, is it next Sunday? Like, how many more weeks until we get the first NASCAR race? We're gonna get NASCAR before we get baseball. How many more weeks do we have to go to before NASCAR starts? Like a couple weeks. It's coming up, right? Beginning of February? Is that what it is? So we're getting very close. It's not this weekend, is it? Is it this weekend? I hope so. It's not going to be Super Bowl Sunday because that's going to be like in 2 weeks. It's this weekend? Awesome. I mean, depending on what we get on donos and whatnot, maybe I'll have Johnny make up a nice thumb, for that one. I know I can make my own and whatnot, but obviously he does them better, and it seems like we get better results with MLB and NASCAR when he does them. It's like NFL, it's pointless, but I think some of the other ones, it definitely really helps. So we got to hope that the views turn into some subs instead of looky-loos, and we get people that can sub and donate and support and whatnot. So I'm excited. Sunday, I got to look this up now. All right, NASCAR. I can't wait. Ooh-wee. There we go. Click on it. NASCAR. Cup Series. Schedule. Clash at the Coliseum. It's on Sunday. This Sunday. and it's at 5 o'clock under the lights. That's gonna be cool. Hell yeah. And then Thursday they got some Duel 1, Duel 2, and then we wait 2 weeks, and then we have the Daytona 500 a week after the Super Bowl. Yeah. And then we just start going on a massive, just every weekend. Then California, Vegas, Phoenix, Atlanta. Fuck yeah. Circuit of the Americas. Candace in the building. How are you? 35. Let's get to a hundo. 65 to go. A little bit of a slower night, but hopefully we can get a few more people to come through. And like I said, I'll be here for probably another 45 minutes or so. I mean, if we get people to come through after, I wouldn't mind staying a little bit after the 45-minute period, but just kind of depends on, where we're at. And I still got, obviously, Blazers and Raw going on. How's your day? How's your ankle, Candace? Your ankle still swollen? Are you doing a little bit better from the bowling incident? That's good. Yeah, I went to go walk Paisley and, did some grocery stuff and visited my mom, and brought Paisley over so my mom could see Paisley. Went to Petco and spent money on Paisley and, got her some blueberry greenies and some treats. And, you always got to make sure you take care of your pup. So, oh, great. Now it's 119. I think I'm 0 for 10 for watching the Blazers on TV when I'm streaming. We had a lead of like 12, and now we're literally, there we go. Good pump fake by Dame. And an easy layup. 121-119 Blazers. 50 seconds to go. And the Hawks have the ball down by 2. All right. Then after this is over, I'll go back to Monday Night Raw. And anything that you guys want to see, let me know. Anything you want to see, Candace? You got any food or anything specifically that you want to see that would be good for your mental health? Animals, food, whatever. You let me know. Type it in the chat. And, anything you want, let me know. I got you. Oh, they called Damian Lillard on a foul, which wasn't even a foul. The player just lost the ball midair. Yeah, might have been a foul on Dame. All right, no worries. Like I said, I just usually ask because, when things get slow, if I can put something up to make things a little bit better. I got you. I thought Monday Night Raw would be good. Not very good tonight, but if the Blazers can win, that'll be good. And then I'll spend some time with Paisley and whatnot. So come on, baby. Come on, Blazers. Come on. Dame time. They got the Montel Jordan playing Anthemoda. Drive by, let you groove on, and have no pain. Let me hear the party say, this is how we do it. This is how we do it. Holly, congratulations. Chiefs Kingdom. How are you? How's it going? Hopefully your dad went with you to the game. Very nerve-wracking, nail-biting, but found a way to have an amazing game on defense. And like I said, I was telling people, I was like, you know what? They need about 1 or 2 picks and 3 to 5 sacks. You got 2 picks. You got 5 sacks, 4 in the first half, and that was the difference. And, you were able to put yourself in a position to not get dominated in the second half like last year and, take punch for punch. They score, you score. They score, you score, and then you found – a good opportunity. And what a amazing effort, from Kelsey and Mahomes being injured, and especially Mahomes running on that high ankle sprain. And, sometimes when you want it more than the other team, it shows. And yeah, you found a way to be able to get the victory, and that'll be something that you can remember for the rest of your lives. I mean, that was epic. I mean, it's one thing if you would have went to the game and froze your butts off and you lost, that would have sucked. But just the fact that they overcame and won. And I know I've seen some of your posts on Twitter, and this is something that I think that you need to hear, and I think everyone needs to hear. Haters are absolutely terrible people, and the problem is that no matter, whoever wins, the Chiefs or the Bills or the Bengals, it's going to be toxic between those three fan bases forever. It's never going to get better. You're always going to hear people saying the most fucked up things about injuring your players or how they cheated or Roger Goodell. Everyone is so fucking salty. And everyone's going to, and it doesn't even necessarily have to be like, okay, if you're going to poke the bear and talk shit about the Chiefs and they win, what do you think they're going to do? They're going to clap back. They're not going to just take your insults and then leave it at that. You know what I mean? You have to defend yourself, right? And sometimes maybe the Chiefs at some point, some of their fans might be on the offensive at some point. You know what I mean? But at all times, you're going to get good fans from the three organizations with Allen, Mahomes, and Burrow, and you're going to get absolute dog shit, dirt people, just trash, absolutely terrible fans, terrible people, and they kind of ruin it for everyone else. But that's just something that, unfortunately, with those three teams going, battle to battle, punch for punch for the next 15 years, it's not going to get any better. And at some point, it's going to feel like you guys are all in the same division, not AFC, but like you're all in the AFC West, because that's what it feels like, the banter and, just the back and forth. But at least you were able to come out on top as the team that probably had the worst defense out of the four teams that were left. You rallied on the home crowd. Pat, obviously did a fantastic job, injured. Kelsey did great, with his back spasms. And the number one MVP of the game, obviously O-line, D-line, defense, coaching, play calling. But the MVP of that game was the defense. And nice to see Chris Jones be able to get some sack lunches. And I complained about Frank. Then he got a sack. And then I was like, well, George. Then George got one. It was weird. Like, I literally was like, okay, here. And then it just happened. Like, the sports gods were like, okay, O-Dog says we need sacks. Let's get it. So, but I knew 4 to 5 sacks was a must, and 2 picks. If you get a game like that on Burrow, you have a shot. But if he goes for a couple touchdowns and 1 pick or 0 or 1 sack lunch, you probably lost. You know what I mean? Like, you had to get that pressure. And it's just awesome to know that you and your dad, went to the game together. So. Yeah, but when the game was flowing that way, momentum was in your favor all the first half. Then the Bengals had it at the beginning of the third because you just knew Joe Burrow was going to have his run. But then when they scored, you scored. They scored, you scored. You never let up. And then, obviously, a late hit. And all the people that want to say it's a flop, he got pushed in the back, right? And regardless if Mahomes flops or not, he's got a high ankle sprain, right? I've seen flops much worse than that, and I don't even think it really was a flop. And on top of that, if you didn't push him hard, how did he go down and injure himself than if it was a fake flop? You don't just, if it's a fake flop and you didn't even touch him and he just exaggerated it, then how did he go down, the Bengal player, and then went into the bench and injured himself? Everyone's looking for excuses. You know how that goes. $10 holla. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. Cactus Jack loves you. Ooh, ooh. Cheers. And I even brought out some new photos for you to be able to see. Like, I had to, go through some different options, and I found a really good one of Mahomes and Kelsey, one of my favorites. Are you ready? 3, 2, 1. Holly, where is she? There she is. O-Dog. He said, okay, we need to get 5 sack lunches, 2 picks, and then we'll have a shot at the end of the game. Perfect. That's a good one, too. I did some digging. Appreciate you. Thank you so much. $10 holla. 45, 55 to go. Yeah. You'll know what to do. You know what I mean? Like I said, there's always, people that, like I said, there's nothing really I can say on my end, but again, we all have your back. And, sometimes, things will come to you on how to word things. And, you just having to be able to, word things the proper way. And we'll be praying for you. And hopefully things will be good. And there'll be a good outcome at the end of the tunnel. So. Yeah, that's crap. And sometimes, when I've seen situations like this, depending on what your rate is, sometimes they like to be able to try to find excuses to get rid of people, so that way they can bring an intern or someone else and they pay them less, just because they don't appreciate the tenure, the hard work, the 5, the 10, the 15, the 20 years. It's like, not everyone is going to be able to be injury free or not have any issues with broken bones or mental issues or health issues. But a lot of companies are dirty like that, where they'll just be like, well, you worked here and we're just going to save money on the payroll and get someone cheaper. But I hope that you'll be able to stick it to them. And if you're not able to get back into working there, hopefully some kind of settlement or something that can be rearranged, unless you can get your job back. And if not, somehow you can be rewarded financially, and whatnot. But yeah, that sucks. We'll pray for you. We always do. Absolutely. And me, like I said, I can get worked up too, just like you. We're real passionate about what we got. So if you're going to be able to write something out, doing it tonight is not the right night. You got to give it a day or two, or, whenever the deadline, you definitely need to get it in, but you have to want to make sure you get it when you're thinking clearly. You got to be able to be thinking clearly, get a time to sleep for maybe like a night or two, if you have that much time to be able to do the response. And then that way you're not doing it based off rage, and giving them a rage email or a rage letter. Because if you give a rage letter or rage email, even if you're 100% right and they're 100% wrong, we all know how sometimes with words and sometimes with even typing things, we can't see each other's faces if it's sarcasm or not, all caps, or, sometimes people, you feel that someone's being rude and they're not, or someone's not being rude, you think, but they are, with the sarcasm and whatnot. So I'm so sorry to hear that, but hopefully that, once everything is done and you're a little bit more level-headed, maybe tomorrow morning, then you can think clearly, get a, think of coffee or whatever you have in the morning, a good breakfast, make sure you get a good breakfast in, whether it's coffee or not, get that, right? And then once you can have that meal, see the sunrise, maybe even go for a walk, maybe get a little walk in, in the morning, maybe get a walk in if it's available, if it's not too cold out, and getting that breath of fresh air, and then come home, and then you'll be able to do it. At least that's what I would do. If I got something that's like making me rage, I got to make sure I give my brain and I got to give myself the proper time. But that's what I would do. Have a really good breakfast, have that coffee or whatever you have to wake you up in the morning, maybe get a chance to go for a walk. It doesn't have to be a long one. Come home, and then boom. And then everything should flow pen to paper with less rage and more, more appropriate wording. Oh my God. Deep 3, 127, 125 Blazers. Cyberpunk in the building. What to do? We were hoping that we would get some goats to show up. It's been really slow. So we started off, and there were some people here early on, and then we went through kind of a dead patch. So I just started watching the Blazer game and Raw. But, we always try to keep faith, thinking that maybe 2 or 3 people will show up within the last half hour to hour. And 9 times out of 10, here you guys are. Nice to see you. Chiefs. Yeah. And like I said, you put, a lot of energy, a lot of emotions. And I'm happy for you guys. The job isn't done yet, but for storyline, Andy going against his former team, we get a Kelsey Bros. It's the first Super Bowl. We got 2 black quarterbacks. You know what I mean? These are teams I watched when I was a kid. Obviously, the Chiefs are the underdog in the game, but you know what? Instead of being the favorite all the time, maybe being doubted and being the underdog works for you guys. You guys were doubted all year after Tyreek left, and you still were able to get here. The last time the Eagles made it, they were the underdog, and they came out on top. So obviously, everything is going to be against you because we know the Eagles got the better defense, and obviously they can probably run the ball a little bit easier than you guys can. You guys definitely struggled, so did the Bengals. But both defenses played better than anticipated. Like the game that we thought that could be a blowout, right, ended up being the close one, right, with the Chiefs and obviously the Chiefs matchup that we ended up getting, right? And then obviously with the Eagles and that matchup, we were like, okay, this one could be really, really close, and then it ended up being a blowout with the Niners. So even though Chiefs Bengals, we thought, well, maybe one team might, pull away. That's why you never know in football. So, oh, I know how that goes. And you know how I know that goes? Because they did that bullshit to me. I worked at a fucking spot and I put in some time in there, not as much as you, right? And then, I've been working there, and then, they just want to be able to pay someone even at like a couple dollars less. It could be significant, like $10 less an hour, or it could be salary. You know what I mean? And they can cut it down and, maybe they could pay 2 people for what someone's been getting if they work for 10 to 20 years, right? Or they're just cheap as hell and they just want to save a couple bucks an hour, and they're like, well, okay. Because I remember one time they had me training people, you know what I mean? And I was like, oh, they're training to let me go. I was like, they're trying to act like I don't realize that I'm training someone that's going to take my job, but I'm too smart for that shit, but I could already see the writing on the wall and whatnot. But people are some employers are so stupid. It's like they think that we don't recognize what's going on. It's like, okay, they think I'm just so naive that I'm teaching this person my job, and then all of a sudden I'm gone. Like, okay. I was like, you guys are bastards, but that's how it goes. So, but that's bullshit. And that's a horrible thing that happens. Also, like, same thing with Sarah. It's like you get a new job. You actually do get an illness or something, but they don't care. They think you're lying because you're just new, and then they just let you go. Even if you have a doctor note, they don't even care. They're like, we got to find someone that's not going to be sick or have an issue. But sorry, I mean, some of us have back issues or mental health issues, or, I mean, fucking A, not everyone's perfect, but boom, Blazers win 129-125. Dame Dollar, let's go. Cyberpunk in the building. What time is it? O-Dog time. What time is it? Dame time. What time is it? Super Bowl time. Yeah, but you'll be able to figure it out. Doesn't that sound good, though? See how I can be like a counselor? You know what I mean? I try to just put it like what I would do. And it's just having that connection. A nice coffee, good sunrise, and whatever your favorite breakfast is, treat yourself. Chicken fried steak, you want an omelet, whatever it is. Get yourself a good coffee, a good breakfast, relax, right? And then, maybe walk after, and get that in at some point, and you'd be surprised on how you feel. You'll feel very good. Oh, I totally understand. No worries. We'll have other people that will step up. I'm sure of that. And like I said, don't even worry about that. The bottom line is we care about you, and we want to make sure that you're okay. You have rent to pay. You have cats to feed. You got bills to be able to worry about, and we got your back. And don't even worry about that. Don't be sorry for that. We're going to support you through and through, and then we'll figure out what's going to happen there. That job, another job, your artwork. Sometimes things happen for a reason. Sometimes it seems unfair, confusing, that they did you dirty. They did you wrong. But sometimes in life, things happen that seem horrible, but they end up being a blessing in disguise. But maybe you just can't see it just yet. So I know that things are tough right now, but all you can do is just put in the letter when your brain is on a normal level. So that way you don't say rage comments, because rage comments probably won't go very well. You'll feel like this. Yeah. Right. And then they'll read the letter and they'll be like, oh, okay. They're like, yeah, got to make sure the rage level is on a lower level. So yeah, could be a blessing though. Remember, you're very talented at your art. You would be able to find another job. I know job market probably is kind of tough in a lot of places in America right now, but you're a good person. Obviously you're loyal. You have a good work ethic, especially anyone that's willing to stay at something for more than 10 years. I've been doing this, for 11. It takes a certain type of person to be able to keep a job for more than 5 years, 10 years, but another thing, like I said, your artwork, we tried to get you going. And like I said, that could always start off as just like a side hustle thing, until you figure things out. But that's something right there that people would support you, and it's never about the money. But if we can end up helping you out, if things need to come to that, I know there would be quite a few of us that wouldn't mind buying a print to be able to make sure that rent is good. And, then you can find yourself and not have to worry, oh my gosh, I need to get a job or unemployment or whatever, and I know some of us, if we had the extra, we'd support. And I definitely would love to be able to stare at something here in the studio. It's a little bit too many white walls here. I don't even have like my Griffey stuff or my autograph photo. I don't even have any of my stuff in here. It's actually in other places and stuff. Like sometimes I'll have it in the closet where like one of my clothes are. I'll have like a little shelf and I have like my little memorabilia stuff in there for some of my stuff, and some of the stuff's in the closet and they're spread out in the living room, so. but don't worry about that one bit. We just want you to be okay. So, right. And, like I said, sometimes, like I said, you get let go. Like I've been let go from, places, but it led me to get to another place and here I am. So it's like, I could be working and doing, like warehouse stuff and, unloading 40-foot trailers, or would I rather do my dream? It took a long time to get where I'm at today, but, sometimes things that end, it's actually a blessing, even though it sucks. And a lot of time it sucks is because, all right, well, like financially, what am I going to do? Where am I going to go? But you're a smart cookie. You got a good support system here and other places as well. I know that you'll be okay. And I know sometimes it feels like, you're in at it alone, or maybe you and your cats, you're like, it's just me and the cats. Things can get stressful. You always got me and Sarah and the rest of us here too. We'll always support you no matter what. And like I said, we're all going to go through ups and downs, and that's what we're here for, to be legit, people to support when things get a little bit tough. Anyone could support when things are going good, but what about when things are challenging? That's when you can see where true friendship really is, and that's facts. Exactly. And plus, that's not something that you would do anyways. You know what I mean? It's like there's no point of going that route unless it's real. You know what I mean? You got a lot of other things on your plate right now, so we got you. No, and like I said, there'll be other people that will be able to step up and whatnot. So I'm not even worried about that. Like I said, even if things go up and down for me, it's life. As long as I can pay my rent, pay my bills. I mean, if I have to get a fucking part-time job down the road, I will. I would hope that I wouldn't have to, but sometimes you got to do what you got to do, to make things work. Oh, and they also raise my rent too, so it's going up. Because sometimes we have to pay late and whatnot, just based off our time schedule. So essentially, I think it's going up like $70 some, which is kind of a lot. But when we pay late, it's like 50 extra. So essentially, our rent's going up like 120. Even if that's split 60-60, but that's on top of what we normally pay. Yeah, so definitely, can't be splurging. I don't even really splurge, but I'm just gonna have to make sure that I take care of Paisley. I don't really buy anything for myself anyways, but just got to be maybe not buying as much food like out, or like Grubhub. Like those are the things that are, that I can, minimize. More grocery store stuff, less, splurging on like the craving of the food stuff, especially if things are going to be, limited with how things are. So thank you. And I know you didn't even need to do that, but I appreciate you tremendously. Thank you so much. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. Bang, bang. Tommy had a good game. Good punting, good kicking from the dynamic duo of Tommy and Harrison. And remember at the beginning of the year, we said, you're going to need Harrison. It's going to come down to a field goal. And it did. Awesome that you went with your dad and you got to win. I mean, like I said, that would have been a miserable ride home losing to the Bengals 2 years in a row. But to be able to fight back, that crowd was fucking electric. That was awesome. Anything specifically that you want to see that I can cheer you up? I know things, obviously you're on an emotional high. Did you even sleep last night? I saw your message and I was thinking, hey, maybe I'll hop online. But I figured, even if you're up and whatnot, I already did a kind of a long stream. So I was just like, I'll just spend time with Paisley and whatnot. So. Oh, Cyberpunk. Thank you so much. Cyberpunk's going to make sure we get to our number. $55 from Cyber. So that'll put us over the 100 before the 3 from Holly. So what, 103? There we go. Thank you. Thank you, Cyber. I'm not sure if Cyber's still in the room. I hope he is. And let me know what you want to see wrestling-wise. I mean, you've been doing kind of wrestling things as of late. If you want Bo, I got Bo. But if you want wrestling, we can do wrestling as well. There we go. Appreciate you. We can always count on the GOATs, to step up and help your boy out. Here's a new one, too. Another Mahomes. Thank you, Cyber. Appreciate you. Thank you, Holly. 3 are from Holly. 55 from Cyber. Bang, bang, bang. Boom, boom, boom. Bang, bang. $55. And there you go. Eagles, Chiefs, Super Bowl. They said you couldn't do it. You did it. They said you couldn't do it with Tyreek. You did it. Now just imagine if we can get that defense on a higher level. Then it's really going to take over the AFC. So Oh wow, you didn't even get to sleep till 5 a.m. Wow, you were just that energy. You were just on those emotions. You rewatched the game afterwards. Good, I would have too. I imagine it was just as good as it was on TV. Then in person is the energy, but to be able to see the football plays from up above, like on the TV side. So, oh, great kabuki, good one. All right, I got to go back to Monday Night Raw. Kind of unfortunate. Everyone said, "Oh, Monday Night Raw might be really good for after Royal Rumble," and that hasn't really been very good tonight. But and then let me know, Holly, what you want to see. Anything else specifically you want to see? Just let me know, and I will take care of you. You want penguins? You got corgis. You want Tommy? I got you, and I'll get the kabuki here. Yeah, thank you, you two. I appreciate you.
More importantly, you should be worried about Bobby Lashley's health. Because everybody in this arena knows that Bobby Lashley is your meal ticket. And your meal ticket.
What is this one? Great kabuki and Tajiri.
Believe the Almighty may have an objection to that statement.
Oh, that one's too blurry. I was like, that doesn't look good. That's way too blurry. I got to find a better one.
Looks like Lashley's about 3 times as big as he was this past Saturday night in the Alamo Dome.
Great kabuki ninja. All right, hold on. Let's see this one.
Yeah, that's right, Bobby. Listen to your daddy. MVP not about to get in the way of this chaos. Lashley's hurt enough. This took that over. Now, it seemed like a chance now, but it got him in trouble yet again. Bobby Lashley's ready for a fight. I was looking forward to Austin Theory live. Lashley riding high after eliminating Lesnar in the Royal Rumble match, but the Almighty laser focus on the champ. Oh no! He's taking on MVP! Unintentionally.
Oh, yeah. Refs were absolutely terrible. I mean, the refs have been really bad all the way through. I mean, yeah, communication definitely seemed lacking. Yeah. Yeah, you can't be, I mean, like I said, the referees can be extremely terrible, and especially when everything is, on the line, Super Bowl berth. But at least we had one good game out of the two. I mean, one was a complete blowout, which was not even worth watching. But that's what happens when, your quarterback goes down, and then the fourth string quarterback goes in, and then he goes down. And yeah, it was a mess.
I work Mondays. That's for Kobe. This stuff, mine. This stuff.
But I'm glad that you guys showed up. We missed you. I was like, they'll probably show up today or tomorrow. I was like, they'll probably be here.
Kobe Rhodes has been stealing from me for years. So tonight,
He said the coconut oil.
because Finn Balor is coming to collect. Balor certainly hopes that Edge is in his rearview mirror, and Balor better be focused on the task at hand as he goes one-on-one for the first time ever with the men's.
Damn, they got the great kabuki going all the way to like when he's even like very old. And like, screw it. He's like, go out there, dude. I mean, these guys are legends. I mean, imagine just like wrestling 20, 30, 40, 50 years. Very iconic. Legendary career, huh? Who else do you got? You got another person that you want? I'm just going to throw up some of Holly's favorites. And if you got another wrestler you want to see, let me know. Cyber put it in there, and I'll throw a couple things here for Holly. We got to boost the mental health. Less rage, more smiles.
My A1C stayed here. It needed to be here.
Ray's A1C is down with Rebelsis.
I'm down with Rebelsis. My A1C is down with Rebelsis.
Once daily Rebelsis significantly lowered A1C better than a leading branded pill. In the same study, people taking Rebelsis lost more weight. Rebelsis isn't for people with type 1 diabetes. Don't take Rebelsis.
All right, so it looks like we got about 16 minutes to go. If people want to stay on for a little bit after that, I could probably do a little bit more after that. We'll kind of just play it by ear. Just want to make sure I have plenty of time with the people that just came in. And then at that point, I'll spend time with Paisley. But I got to go visit my mom today. I brought Paisley and my puppy. She's like, I know who that is. And got to hang out there for a little bit. And, my mom showed me the new jacket that she got. I got her, a little gift card thing. And, she got a nice Columbia jacket, little winter jacket. And Paisley jumped up and, gave her some kisses and whatnot. Then I went to Petco and got her some blueberry greenies and some little cookies and whatnot, peanut butter. And so, yeah. And she got to run around on some property yesterday. So she definitely is a little worn out, but she still went on an hour walk with me earlier today. So, yeah, she's been a good pup. The best pup. The best of the best.
Nicotine can increase feelings of stress and anxiety. So if you're vaping to help your stress, you could be caught in a loop and making it worse. Vaping nicotine. It's a breath of stress air.
Oh, he's been awesome. It's really good to be able to see him dominate, which we already knew that he was going to, and then to seeing him dance around with a little swagger and whatnot. Hey, it's okay. You can be like Pat McAfee. It's nice if you are one of the best, show a little bit of swagger. I mean, anyone ripping on any kicker or punter for showing emotion is silly. It's stupid. What do you expect them to do? Make a good punt every time or a 60-yard kick and not celebrate? I mean, let them celebrate a little bit. Yeah, it was awesome. Like I said, me and my mom used to never get along, and we were not very good terms, and things have gotten much better. Since her and my dad's divorce, it's gone, more years and more time has passed. So I think now she's, not the same way that she was back then. So, I will. Absolutely. I posted on Twitter and Instagram with me and her in the car. And it's funny. We did matching faces in the car. It's kind of crazy that I caught her right at the time where she was, I don't know, necessarily yawning or talking to me. So she misses y'all. I had her on screen earlier. Davy Boy Smith, good choice. All right, let me get a penguin and a corgi for Holly, and then we're going to go Davy Boy Smith. We're going to get a corgi, and then we're going to get a penguin, and then we're going to get a Davy Boy Smith. And maybe I'll try to go for another walk tonight. Paisley misses everyone. I tried to bring her up on the screen at least once or twice, and we've been able to do that for the last couple streams. She'll usually miss me and come in here. So, yeah, and sometimes I stay up late and I'll fall asleep on the couch because I'm not ready to go to sleep after I stream, and girlfriend has to wake up at 6:45, 7 a.m. So sometimes I won't go to sleep until 1 to 4 a.m. or just depending on. I'm kind of more of a night owl and stuff, but. Sometimes I'll be watching something and then I'll just pass out, and then Paisley will be in the bedroom, and then she'll come out onto the couch, and so she'll sleep in my lap or wake me up and show me love and whatnot. So that's it's cool. She knows, and it's a good feeling when you're loved like that. Universally from an animal. She could always stay in the bigger bed with way more room to wiggle around and whatnot, but sometimes she just misses dad, and it's a beautiful thing. Hard to put into words. I feel loved, that's for sure.
First, I wasn't given the proper spotlight worthy of my stature at Raw 30. And then I was assaulted by Kevin Owens. Well, as far as I'm concerned, got exactly what he deserved at Royal Rumble. And speaking of Royal Rumble, I got a terrible number. And then when I got into that match, everybody teamed up on me because they knew what a threat I was. And then I was eliminated first. And then I went to the airport and people started chanting, "First man out."
All right, Davey Boy Smith.
First man out. Oh, stop it. You want to act like children? I'll treat you like children. Do you know what this means? Do you know what this means? When my head goes up, your
Mouth goes.
shut.
We were looking at Po' Boys and other things earlier too. It's crazy. I was watching a Simpson episode earlier today, and they were going over Nolan's cuisine and whatnot, and then all of a sudden Eagles John was talking about it, and I was like, oh shit. It's funny how that works out. And Homer just goes off listing off like 40 of the best foods to eat, and they have like the little animation next to the food. And gosh, the Po' Boys though, there's the cuisine. I've never been there, but I mean, this just in that little minute and a half montage, I saw more food that I wanted to eat than ever. I was like, oh my God, so many good choices.
But lucky for you tonight, there's been a guy beating down my door all night long looking for that same opportunity. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the newest member of the Monday Night Raw roster. His name is Rick. Boom! Now, incredible. You gotta be kidding me.
What? Rick Boog? Oh, remember when Elliot was talking about Rick? Oh my gosh. What is going on Raw? Davey Boy Smith, British Bulldog. I had to find something iconic with Owen Hart. I mean, if you're going to talk about one, you got to find like the British Bulldogs, or you got to find something with Owen Hart. There we go. There we go. With Boogs.
You're in a suit, that's great, but you're always telling everybody how awesome you are, and I can't think of a better way to prove it. As a matter of fact, referee, if you would join me.
Lex Luger and David Boy.
It's official. Isn't it a bureaucrat trying to get himself a t-shirt? No one likes you, Adam Pearce. This is egregious. Here's his $10,000 double-breasted Louis Vuitton shoes. You know, in this part of the country, you can trade these as shoes for a house. That's how much they cost. The footwear, the boots. I was like, look at boots go. Injured. At WrestleMania last year,
But Paisley's been good. She got a little bit of whiny, a little bit on the way to my mom's. She doesn't live too far from me, like 20 minutes. So it's not too far, but some of those other ones are a little bit too blurry for my taking, for my liking. That one's good, though.
This suit could be done for. This is humiliating. Somebody's gonna steal the shoes. Take my out for that tie on eBay. One of these lowlights is gonna snake it, trying to make a buck. Probably the red boots. Probably that look at this guy.
Oh, this one's pretty crazy. British Bulldog. It's got Diesel and Mabel. I got to get one with the flag because that's the one we know him as. All right, one last one. And then anything else you want to see, Holly? Anything else you want to see, Cyberpunk? You let me know. So it's you two the rest of the way. You let me know anything else that you want to see, and I got you. Anything you want to see, Holly? Any other wrestler you want to see, Cyberpunk?
It's grotesque.
Perfect.
Everybody in the entire world is talking about this. The finale at the main event of the Royal
Tony Atlas. Dude, you are coming out with the names today. Nice job. Okay.
There's no time to deliberate. The road to WrestleMania is here. It's time to show your allegiance. It's time to make your choice clear. To make your voice clear. So show them with whom you stand. Flaunt it, whichever your brand. However you fan, do whatever you can, because WrestleMania is within sight. And we got the gear right here to keep you looking tight. Tonight, boom. Save up to 40%.
No, I totally understand. You know what I mean? I'm glad that you came in, and at least, hopefully we can cheer you up a little bit. But again, it's something that you're just going to have to, you're just going to have to get a night of sleep at some point. Wake up again, have that coffee, that good breakfast, go for a walk. You know what I mean? And then clear your head. And then tomorrow, everything pen to paper will come out with less rage. It'll be better. And then hopefully in a couple days, things will slowly get better. But again, you're not going to be fully better until you end up getting some resolution with, how are things going to go? So I totally understand. Sorry that you have to go through that. But we got your back no matter what. And I know you're not the type of person to ask for help or anything like that. So it's not like that, but at least we can be emotional support for you.
Not a pizza, it's a milk. That's the $6.99 just for you.
She's not Kat Medina delivering pizza in her 2003 hatchback. She's Kat Medina, bringer of sustenance, provider of all things greasy and caloric. Because your lives are forever entwined. Love entwined.
Big boy.
Shop the Valentine's Day sale and save
No problem. Love you. Appreciate you. I'll check on you in the morning, making sure you got your coffee and your breakfast. I'll message you at some point. Not early, but maybe mid-morning, lunchtime, to make sure that you had your good coffee and breakfast. Make sure you do that. Trust me, it'll end up helping. Yeah, it sucks when stuff like that happens. All right, we got 4 minutes to go. See if I can find a couple more, and then we'll just kind of review the pictures that we got.
Achieve goals and points of outreach. That's why Honda engineers didn't just redesign the Pilot Trail Sport. They built the most off-road capable Honda SUV ever. The all-new Pilot Trail Sport, part of the Honda line of rugged vehicles.
How powerful is Cricket Nationwide 5G? It's like being the ring.
All right, let's go through some of the photos here that we have, and then by the time we go through a lot of these, we'll probably be good to go. So let's go through them here. Appreciate all you guys. Thanks to Holly and Cyber coming in at the buzzer and being able to help us actually have a good night tonight. Things were a little slow and a little challenging, but it shows you all it takes is one or two people to show up. And then, it can change the vibe of a stream, and, regardless if they donate or don't, but obviously if they do, it could definitely save us in a big position like tonight. And, Cyber saving us again, which is a blessing. So thank you so much for that. I appreciate you. All right, so let's go through these. We got the Buc-ee's pulled pork sandwich and the brisket. That looks amazing. Then I got to watch a little bit of the Blazers win. So a little Dame time. So that's always good. Now we got to show a couple pictures for Holly with the Tommy Townsend. Yeah, tough situation, especially if you've been with a company for 10, 15, 20 years and they just throw you out the door and they try not to show any type of sympathy, especially if you have some medical things. And I know it's a tough time, but I know Holly will be able to get a resolution out of that, and we'll be able to support her. So, oh man, we got some corgis. Corgis is always money. I don't think there's a better photo for corgis than this one. This one's hands down the best. And then some penguins. I still got a little bit of Raw, 1 hour left. Then we did a little Davey Boy Smith. Especially that look. It's like you remember that. That's money right there. And that one right there with Owen. Owen was taken from us way too soon. And Tony Atlas. It's like on Vice Channel, they have a lot of shows with like the behind the scenes type of stuff that happened back in the day. Well, I appreciate you guys very, very much. Thank you for coming through. And again, we'll grind it out tomorrow. And shout out to Cyberpunk and Holly and Candace and Sarah, always doing a great job. And Matt chilling with us today, and Eagles John a little bit earlier. I appreciate you guys very, very much. And again, we'll be back tomorrow and we'll get back on the grind. And I appreciate you guys very much. And I got one question for you. Who talk sports like us? Your boy Ryan, Northwest Sports Fanatics, and I'm out. Gang.